Chapter 306. His fingers dug into the cracks in the eaves of the temple, and Fan Xian's body gently swung up. The tips of his feet stepped on the wooden railing that protruded a few inches. His body suddenly rose up, and with a few jumps, he perfectly combined his skills with his little tricks. In the blink of an eye, he had already climbed to the highest floor of the hanging temple. The situation on the hill below had already stabilized, and the fire had been extinguished. The nobles of the Qing kingdom were ruthless characters who had been through the fires of war for a long time. After a moment of confusion, they calmed down. Under the orders of a few elders, they set up another layer of defense in addition to the guards. They had to ensure the safety of the hanging temple. At this moment, everyone anxiously raised their heads and saw Fan Xian's silhouette sweep up to the top floor like a bolt of lightning. No one had expected Commissioner Fan to be so skilled, and they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Fan Xian's right hand firmly gripped the corner of the eaves at the bottom of the top floor. His left leg was slightly bent, and his left hand rested on the black dagger hidden in his boot. It fluttered slightly in the mountain wind. The top floor was quiet, but he did not dare to rashly barge in. He called out, "I am Fan Xian." It seemed that someone in the top floor said something. Fan Xian squinted and looked into the top floor, which was covered by the windows. Countless rays of cold light gradually disappeared. Only then did he relax. Someone inside said, "Come in." With a creak, the wooden window was pushed open. Fan Xian did not dare to be slow. The muscles in his waist tightened, and his entire body bounced up. He gently snuck into the top floor of the temple with the mountain wind, afraid that he would startle the emperor. His feet landed on the ground, and from the corner of his eye, he saw the guards, who looked as if they were facing a great enemy, slowly take a step back. He knew that if he had rushed in without announcing himself, he would probably have been greeted by countless cold knives. His eyes swept across the building, and he did not see the assassination that he had anticipated. He let out a sigh of relief. Then, he saw the Empress Dowager's shadow flash by in the corridor. Wanner, whom he was most worried about, was supporting the old woman. The mysterious Hong Gongjing walked at the back with his hands in his sleeves and his body bent. There was a fire below, and the Empress Dowager and the women in the palace had already retreated. "Why are you here?" A dignified but calm voice rang out. Fan Xian only reacted after a pause. Turning around, he bowed to the middle-aged man by the railing on his left and calmly said, "The fire below should be man-made. I am worried about your Majesty's safety." The Emperor of the Qing Kingdom wore bright yellow, but clearly casual clothing. He held his hands behind his back and looked outside the railing. The terrain here was very high. At a glance, countless mountains and rivers were in his eyes. The mountain full of yellow chrysanthemums gave off a sense of sternness. The Emperor did not seem to be too worried about his own safety. His gaze calmly looked at the great rivers and mountains that belonged to him. The corners of his lips curled up slightly. He revealed a glimmer of mockery toward the officials below the temple, who looked as if they were facing a great enemy. By this time, the Empress Dowager and her lady-in-waiting had already left the building. On the third floor, they regrouped with the imperial bodyguards who had come up to greet them, and carefully retreated downstairs. On the top floor of the floating temple, other than the unusually calm emperor, there were also the crown prince, the great prince, and the third prince, the 3 men of the royal family, a dozen armed imperial bodyguards, and 4 or 5 accompanying eunuchs. Fan Xian's gaze swept over them, and he could clearly see the defensive power of the building. He couldn't help but feel a flash of worry between his brows. The fire downstairs was clearly strange, but he had quickly extinguished it, so no one had a chance to take advantage of the chaos. However, the hidden assassins must still be in the temple. He just didn't know how the kingdom of Qing, with its great power, could have let someone sneak in. But as the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, he had a lot of confidence in the kingdom of Qing's defensive power. Even if there were assassins in hiding, they could only be top-notch aces who could throw the world into chaos with one sword strike. There could not be more than 3 of them. But the fact that Gong Dian was not in the building made Fan Xian's heart clench. Eunuch Hong helped the Empress Dowager down the stairs. This fact made Fan Xian's head hurt even more. Could it be that the assassins had started this fire just to lure the number one ace in the palace downstairs? At this moment upstairs, other than the armed guards, it seemed that he was the only true ace. Fan Xian judged the situation in the building with a bit of arrogance. After all, in his heart, the great prince's skills on horseback were not bad. But when faced with this kind of sudden attack, the difference between him and an excellent assassin was too great. Looking at the emperor's expression, it seemed that he didn't care much about this matter. Perhaps this was the steadiness and dominance that a ruler had to display. But Fan Xian didn't want to cause the deaths of countless innocents in the kingdom of Qing because of the occasional injury of this middle-aged man. He frowned slightly and gave the crown prince, who was behind the emperor, who was forcing himself to appear calm. The crown prince was slightly surprised, but immediately knew what Fan Xian was thinking. He bowed to the emperor and said, "Father, the cause of the fire is unclear. Please leave for now." Who would have thought that the emperor would not pay any attention to the crown prince's request? He slowly turned around, and there was a faint self-mockery on his thin face. He looked at Fan Xian and said, "Has the fire been extinguished?" Fan Xian was slightly surprised and nodded. "It has been extinguished. Then why do you still want to leave?" The emperor's left hand gently stroked the railing. Slowly he said, "In this life, there have been very few times when I have retreated." Fan Xian's expression was calm, but in his heart, he had already begun to curse. He thought, "You like to pretend to be cool and play with excitement, but I have no such interest." In a low voice he said, "Although there have been no unusual movements, this place is high up on the peak. It is the most difficult to guard against. Please, Your Majesty, think of the world, and immediately return to the palace." Using the world to admonish an emperor was the most effective method in court dramas in his previous life. But it was clear that it had no effect on the emperor of the kingdom of Qing. Instead, he turned around and coldly said, "Fan Xian, you are the commissioner of the Overwatch Council. If someone dares to assassinate me, that would be a dereliction of duty on your part. Do you want me to be punished by not being able to admire the flowers because of your dereliction of duty?" Fan Xian was angry and bitter. He thought that he was only the commissioner of the Overwatch Council. Although the 6th Bureau was indeed in charge of this part of the business, the chrysanthemum viewing banquet had not allowed the council to interfere. How could he have predicted the enemy's actions? However, he immediately thought of the Overwatch Council's network of spies throughout the world. Recently, they had indeed not heard any news. There were only 2 or 3 powers in the world who dared to act against the Qing royal family. Those 2 or 3 powers had been quiet recently. Dongyi, which was the most difficult to guess, had also maintained its calm. Siga Jian had always been an important target of the Overwatch Council's observation. They could confirm that he was still in Dongyi. Looking at the emperor's calm expression, Fan Xian couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Was this fire not the prelude to an assassination? Was he really too nervous? Seeing Fan Xian sink into silence, the 3 princes present who had the right to speak all thought that he had been reprimanded by the emperor, and their faces were a little embarrassed. The crown prince coughed lightly and was about to say something on Fan Xian's behalf, but he suddenly remembered that Fan Xian had recently beaten the 2nd prince wretchedly, which made him feel greatly gratified. However, this official's power seemed to have reached a point where he could not control it. At this moment, his father was suppressing him. Perhaps there was a deeper meaning to it, so he shut his mouth and only cast a comforting glance at Fan Xian. The great prince did not think so much. In a low voice he said, "Father, what Commissioner Fan says makes sense. Although I'm afraid there is no traitor in this world who would dare to assassinate you, for safety's sake, and for the sake of the elders downstairs, you should go downstairs first." The emperor seemed to admire the great prince's straightforward attitude, but he still did not have a good expression toward Fan Xian. Coldly he said, "Fan Xian, as the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, you are so flustered in the face of trouble. You have disappointed me greatly." Fan Xian cursed a few more times in his heart, but his expression became more and more humble. He laughed at himself and said, "Your Majesty is right." The emperor looked at him with a trace of questioning. Suddenly he said, Are you not satisfied in your heart? Yes. Fan Xian's heart suddenly jumped, and he replied in a low voice. I believe that your majesty is concerned with the world, and that safety is no small matter. You must take even more care. And no matter how careful you are, it is never too much. This scene reappears every year, and there is only one emperor in the kingdom of Qing. Even if others say I am flustered and as cowardly as a mouse, I must still ask your majesty to go downstairs and return to the palace. There was an awkward silence in the building. No one had expected that Fan Xian would dare to contradict the emperor in public, and even dare to discuss the emperor's life and death. He even directly refuted the emperor's earlier reprimand. You are very daring. For some reason, after hearing these words, the emperor's expression finally relaxed a little. Looking at Fan Xian, he said, If you say you are as cowardly as a mouse, then I really don't know where to find such a big mouse in the world. This was originally a joke, but other than the emperor, everyone on the top floor was in a nervous mood. No one dared to laugh out loud. Only the extremely daring Fan Xian laughed, but his smile was somewhat bitter. Suddenly, the emperor's voice dropped a little. Even his eyes closed, allowing the mountain wind outside the railing to gently caress the middle-aged and gradually wrinkled face. In this life of mine, I have encountered countless assassination attempts. How could you children possibly know how turbulent the world was back then? The emperor smiled lightly. You want to force me to leave with such a situation full of mistakes, and a fire that can't even be lit? How could it be so easy? Fan Xian looked at this scene, and secretly looked down on the ruler of a country for playing with petty bourgeoisie. His attention was mostly on his surroundings. Gong Dian and Unikong were not there. The tiger guards were not there. There were only the guards and 3 or 4. The princes and the eunuchs who served the emperor closely were loyal, and the relatives of the previous 3 generations were all under the control of the court. If they wanted to rely on these people to protect the emperor, it was far from enough. In particular, Unikong had left with the Empress Dowager, which made Fan Xian very worried. Suddenly his heart jumped. He thought of a very subtle matter. If the emperor was attacked at this time, as the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, wouldn't he bear the greatest responsibility? Why hadn't his father thought of this when they were downstairs? Eunuch Dai said in a loud voice. In his life, the emperor has been attacked 43 times. He has never retreated a single step. Fan Xian was stunned for a moment. He immediately thought of Wang Qinian far away in northern Qi. He cursed in his heart. Behind all successful men, there was one or a few excellent sidekicks. The emperor slowly opened his eyes. A powerful self-confidence seeped through the calmness in his gaze. Northern Qi Dongyi, Western Hu Nanyue, and those pitiful creatures whose countries were destroyed by me. Who doesn't want to kill me? But after 20 years, who has done it? He laughed lightly. When being attacked by assassins becomes a habit, Fan Xian, you can probably understand why I don't take it to heart. Fan Xian cursed in his heart more than any other day. But since he was the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, he had to be responsible for the emperor's safety. Most importantly, he didn't want to be the biggest black pot in the world. And so he didn't let it go. Thickening his skin, he bravely urged the emperor to return to the palace. The emperor was finally annoyed by his words. He cursed angrily. How did Fan Xian raise such a good-for-nothing? How did Chen Pingping take a fancy to you? Fan Xian's face was full of smiles, but he continued to curse in his heart. If you have the ability, teach me yourself. This should be your job. The situation had long since calmed down. Even the most powerful assassin could only take the opportunity to escape. Otherwise, when the Imperial Guards spread out their nets and searched the mountain, there would be no good ending. So the mood of the people in the building relaxed a little. Seeing the emperor, who never showed his emotions, berate Fan Xian, they couldn't help but find it funny. The crown prince shamelessly comforted Fan Xian with a gentle gaze. The great prince couldn't bear it, and turned his head away. It was the youngest, the 3rd prince, whose face was full of smiles. Perhaps watching this scene, he felt very vindicated. He didn't know why the emperor was so angry today. He kept on berating Fan Xian, as if he were scolding his own son. After all, Fan Xian was now a famous person. He was an important official in the court. In the Qing court, which placed great emphasis on the rule of law. It was rare to see such a humiliating official. Fan Xian listened with a bitter smile, but he heard something else. He was afraid that the emperor was suspicious of the same thing as he was. And that was why he was so angry. If this show was secretly arranged by the old cripple or his father, he could only praise them for being daring, ruthless, shameless, and retarded. To play such a brave act of saving the emperor for the emperor to see, the emperor was not an idiot. At least, his intelligence was no lower than Fan Xian's. How could he not see it? It seemed that the emperor believed that Fan Xian was also in the dark. He sighed in his heart, thinking that there probably wouldn't be any serious assassins. It was just a farce. But the problem was that Chun Pingping was not a kindergarten student, and Fan Xian was not a little girl who cried at the Iron Gate on the first day of school. The emperor would not believe that his two most trusted subordinates would do such an absurd thing to gain favor for Fan Xian. The reason the emperor was angry had little to do with Fan Xian. The emperor finally stopped talking. He turned around and slammed his hand on the railing, startling everyone in the building. Fan Xian was a master of reading people. He pursed his lips to Eunuch Dai, who was next to him, indicating that the son of heaven was thirsty. Eunuch Dai had just been transferred to Taiji Palace, and he was being careful. Hearing Fan Xian's reminder, he couldn't help but feel happy. He prepared to serve tea. Wine. The emperor did not turn around, but he knew what Fan Xian was doing behind him. He looked at the scenery outside the railing. His eyes, which were like floating clouds in the sky, could not help but show a trace of mockery. 1,000 poems in the cold autumn scenery, a cup of wine in the cold fragrance of the wine. Since we are going to a tall building to admire the chrysanthemums, how can we not drink wine? Every 3 years, chrysanthemum wine would be prepared for the chrysanthemum viewing party. It had been prepared long ago, but the strange fire in the hanging temple had made everyone uneasy, and they had forgotten to bring it out. Hearing the emperor's edict, a young eunuch with delicate features quickly carried the wine table to the side of the railing. His feet made no sound, and he was exceptionally careful. Hearing the poem, Fan Xian was slightly surprised. This was a chrysanthemum poem by Jia Baoyu in the 38th chapter of Story of the Stone. The emperor was reading it now to show Fan Xian that he actually knew everything. But this matter could not be hidden from the world, and Fan Xian was mentally prepared. Story of the Stone is about the love between a man and a woman. It is a bit low class, but the words are not bad. But these poems are a bit unpresentable. The 3 princes and their attendants in the building did not know why the emperor was suddenly talking about literature, and they were slightly startled. Fan Xian knew he could not back down. He smiled bitterly and bowed. I did not expect my playful work to enter the emperor's eyes. It is truly fortunate. Oh, I had thought. You were afraid people would know this book was written under your name, so you purposely put some despicable effort into the poems, making them as childish as possible. Fan Xian sighed, not knowing how to reply. At this moment, everyone present finally knew that Story of the Stone, which had long been secretly circulated among the people and in the palace, had been written by Sir Fan Jr. Amidst their shock, they also felt that it was natural. This book had always only been published by Dombo Bookstore. Furthermore, the literary talent was clear and elegant, and it was truly vulgar. If it was not written by Sir Fan Jr., whose literary reputation shocked the world, who knew where in the world to find such a person? The emperor accepted the wine cup and sniffed the slightly strong fragrance in the cup. He gently took a sip and smiled faintly, no longer paying attention to the embarrassed Fan Xian and his shocked sons. There were 2 cups of wine on the plate. Originally, the emperor and the empress dowager each had a cup. At this moment, the emperor had already taken a cup and drank it. There was still one left, and the empress dowager had already come downstairs. He did not know how to divide it. He looked at the crown prince, and then at the great prince. His brows furrowed and then relaxed. Unconsciously, he pointed his finger at Fan Xian. Suddenly he realized something was wrong. Halfway through, he very stiffly turned his finger and pointed at the smiling and shocked 3rd prince hiding in the corner. The 3rd prince was still young. With a pained expression he said, "Father, I don't like to drink." Words like this could only be said by a child. Otherwise, he would not be convicted of the crime of disobeying an imperial edict. The emperor's expression darkened. Coldly he said, "You dare to do things stronger than wine? Are you afraid of a cup of wine?" The third prince's expression was pained. Pressed down by this icy aura, he was so frightened that he almost cried. He quickly gave his thanks and walked with his little feet to the railing. Stretching out his little arm, he took the wine cup and sent it to his mouth. With a crisp clang, the wine cup in the third prince's hand fell to the ground and rolled far away. He stared dumbfoundedly at the cold light coming toward him. It was as if he could not understand why this guard wanted to hack him to death. He was just drinking a cup of wine. After all, he was a prince. He had grown up in a very complicated and often dangerous situation. The little boy immediately reacted. Someone was trying to assassinate him. Behind him was the emperor. If he covered his head and ran like a rat, then this snow-like knife would cut directly into the emperor's body. Of course, the third prince did not have great-grandmaster Ku He's footwork in the snow that left no traces. He also did not have Yi Liuyun's strong hands that were as strong as a coffin frame. No matter how valiantly he blocked in front of the emperor, this startling knife would probably cut him in half and take the emperor's head along the way. Dodging or not dodging was the same. Thus, the third prince chose the most correct method. He stood rigidly where he was and stared at the assassin's blurry face in the flash of the knife. His legs trembled. His pants were completely wet. Without a care for anything else, he began to scream shrilly. Ah! Before the shrill cry rang through the top floor, everyone present had already discovered the truth of the assassination. No one had ever thought that there would be an assassin among the internal guards of the Qing royal palace. Thus, when the knife carried a startling aura and chopped toward the emperor, holding the small wine cup by the railing, no one was able to react. Thus, the knife broke through the defensive circle of the guards. Only Fan Xian was an exception. He exhaled, turned his wrist and threw out a punch. This assassin had hidden himself too deeply. His attack was too sudden, and the light of the knife was too strong. It made it so that he did not hold back at all. The snow mountain at his waist suddenly lit up. The melted jinchi flowed out like a large river along his right arm and traveled to his fist. Then, through the air a few steps away, he smashed it down toward the flash of the knife. This punch was not simple at all. The wind generated by the punch had already split the air, and it was accompanied by a slight buzzing sound. It was like a muffled thunder, and it exploded in the saber light, shattering the snow-like saber light into pieces. Of course, it was not that simple. Fan Xian's chest tightened. He was extremely shocked to find that the person wielding the knife was also a 9th-level ace. But it made sense. An assassin who dared to assassinate the most powerful ruler in the world would not have the guts to attack without being a 9th-level ace. After the wind from the punch, he had already rushed to the side of the third prince. His left hand flipped over, and the black dagger came out of his leg. It very insidiously stabbed toward the lower abdomen of the assassin. The knife in the assassin's hand only broke in half, but the power of the knife became more and more fierce. It was even faster, as if he was going to fight with his life on the line. The guards had finally woken up. They yelled and came over to Fan Xian's side. Even if this assassin was a 9th-level ace, there was nothing he could do. But at this moment, the cloud in the sky in front of the hanging temple floated away. It revealed the sun, the blazing sun. There was a flash of light, and the building was suffused with a ghastly white color. Then an assassin dressed entirely in white appeared, holding a plain, ancient sword in his hand. No one knew how this assassin had appeared on the top floor, and no one realized that he had used the sunlight as a disguise to approach the emperor. 2 sounds of wind breaking rang out. The 2 guards by the emperor's side were the first to react, and pulled the emperor back. The price they paid was that their throats were slit and blood sprayed out. They didn't even have time to pull out their knives before they fell to the ground. A man in white, holding an ancient sword, stabbed straight at the emperor's face. The emperor, who had said he would never retreat in his life, was finally dragged back a few steps by the fearless guards in front of this sword that seemed to come from the heavens. At this moment, the soul-stealing tip of the sword was still a foot away from him. But everyone seemed to feel that the tip of the sword had already pierced the emperor's throat. Everyone knew that the emperor of the Qing kingdom did not know martial arts. A few more guards roared and blocked in front of the emperor. Things happened suddenly, and everyone was worried about the emperor's safety. So these guards chose the most direct method, which was to use human flesh to block the opponent's sword. Blood sprayed everywhere, but the emperor's eyes were still calm. He stared fixedly at the white-clothed assassin who advanced without stopping, who was one with the swordsman. The bodyguards were strong enough. They just needed time to react. Eunuch Hong, and the only two level 9 strongmen of the Yi family, and the Qin family, were still under the floating temple. As long as they could stop the swordsman in white for a second, they could save the king's life. But who would stop him? The guards had already done what they were supposed to do. They knew that with an assassin among their colleagues, it would be difficult for them to survive. In order to keep their families alive, they had already used all of their abilities. The rest of the task of blocking the sword for the emperor should be left to the emperor's sons. The chain of attacks all happened in a very short period of time. At that time, the wine cup that the third prince had dropped in shock was still spinning on the ground. The first prince, whose face was filled with shock, was about to rush in front of his father and help him block that murderous ancient sword. However, he only had time to take 2 steps, and his heels had not even touched the ground. At that moment, the black, thin, and long dagger that Fan Xian had thrown out was still a few inches away from the assassin's stomach. But he already felt the shocking power of the sword behind him. The sky was full of blood, like a mountain of chrysanthemums blooming. The bodies of the guards, who had died with their eyes open, flew through the air. They did not understand how the white-clothed assassin could be hiding above the hanging temple, when they had already checked it. Everything seemed to be in slow motion. It was very detailed and shocking in front of Fan Xian's eyes. He could even see clearly from the corner of his eyes that the crown prince's face was full of sorrow as he rushed toward the emperor. His loyal and brave appearance was very touching. Unfortunately, the crown prince stepped on the wine cup that his brother had accidentally dropped. He slipped and almost fell to the ground in a comical position. It was fate. At that moment, only Fan Xian, who was closest to the emperor and had the fastest reaction, could be this loyal and filial son. The hair on the back of Fan Xian's neck stood up. The murderous intent on the sword behind him was purer than that of the 9th-level assassin in front of him. It was more violent. In a very short period of time, it had aroused the anger buried deep in his heart. He was confident that in this moment, he could save the emperor and the third prince. But he would definitely be severely injured by the white-clothed assassin behind him. But he decided to take the risk. This was such a good opportunity, and the stingy Fan Xian did not want to miss it. This was such a strong enemy, and the competitive Fan Xian did not want to miss it. But at that moment, what made Fan Xian feel a little cold was that the assassin's last move had finally been made. This time, the opponent had used a spy that had been buried in the palace guards of the Qing kingdom for 10 years. He had also paid an unknown price to invite the white-clothed swordsman. He had risked his 10 years of hard work in the Qing kingdom to lure Eunuch Hong away. He had acted at the right time to create this wonderful situation. However, the 9th-level assassin was not a killing move. Even the white-clothed swordsman, who had struck out with a mournful sword, was not a killing move. The real killer move came from behind the emperor of the Qing kingdom. After the emperor was forced back a few steps by the white-clothed swordsman's sword, the handsome little eunuch, who had brought the chrysanthemum wine, stood in front of the emperor. He flipped over the wine table and reached into the pillar. Like a magic trick, he pulled out a gray dagger and viciously stabbed it toward the emperor's back. The dagger was hidden in the wooden pillar of the hanging temple. The hilt was painted the same color as the wooden pillar. After so many years, no one could discover that there was a murder weapon hidden there. No one knew how long the dagger had been there, and no one knew how long the other party had planned to assassinate the emperor of the Qing kingdom. Looking at the patience and careful planning, it was clear that the other party was determined to succeed. What was most needed to assassinate the ruler of a country was not power, but determination and courage. At this moment, in front of the emperor of the Qing kingdom, was a long sword that was overflowing with an ancient aura. Behind him was an extremely old, but extremely slippery dagger. There was no chance for him to turn around. Fan Xian knew that this was the most dangerous test he had faced since his rebirth. It was even more terrifying than the battle with Haitang on the meadow. But before he had time to sigh, he had already unconsciously made what he thought was the right choice. The black dagger left his hand and stabbed toward the other party's eyes. He knew he was not an immortal. Even if Uncle Wu Zhu or the 4 great grandmasters appeared in his position, it would be impossible for them to repel the assassin in front of them, protect the third prince's life, fight the white-clothed swordsman head-on, and still have enough time and power to help the emperor deal with the eunuch behind him. The little eunuch in the palace did not have much martial arts, but the old short sword in his hand was the most deadly thing. So he chose to save the third prince first, and then the emperor. Although this choice would later seem to be disgraceful, in Fan Xian's eyes, the third prince was only 8 years old. He was still a child. If he wanted to save someone, he had to save the young first. The black dagger was like a black snake, stabbing toward the space between the eyebrows of the first assassin. His opponent had planned this in great detail. Of course, he knew that Fan Xian's most terrifying move was this black, slender dagger. According to legend, it was an inauspicious object that had been personally blessed by the old freak Fei Jia. The 9th-level assassin did not dare to be careless. With a flash of his half-straight knife, he viciously threw the dagger down the stairs. He wanted to see how Fan Xian, who was praised by the world as a master of both the pen and the sword, could withstand his knife when he had lost his weapon. Just as the dagger flew out of the railing, Fan Xian quickly turned around, exposing his back to the assassin. In the process of turning around, he moved so fast that no one could see it clearly. He fiddled with his hair and used the momentum to swing the dagger behind him. A thin embroidery needle pierced precisely into the outer edge of the assassin's pinky finger. Only a sliver went in. It seemed that not even a drop of blood would come out. The assassin gave a muffled grunt. Suddenly, he felt that his blood and qi were not flowing smoothly. With a swing of his knife, he cut off his pinky finger. Raising his head, he could no longer see Fan Xian. Like a ghost, Fan Xian had already arrived in front of the insufferably arrogant white-clothed swordsman. He stood between him and the emperor. Following him were, of course, the 3 soul-stealing black crossbow bolts, and a few puffs of smoke whose effects were unclear. But mixed together, it must have been a very lascivious, poisonous smoke that was enough to destroy intestines and open stomachs. A large swath of yellow, green, and white smoke spread out in the wooden building on the top floor of the hanging temple. It was indescribably strange. It was like the fireworks that could occasionally be seen in Jingdo. Unexpectedly, the white-clothed swordsman seemed to understand Fan Xian's sinister fighting style very well. He had long since avoided the 3 crossbow bolts. He also held his breath and continued to stab straight with his sword. It pierced through 1,000 mountains, crossed 10,000 rivers, broke through the smoke, and headed straight for Fan Xian's face. At this moment Fan Xian, who had used all of his tricks, was in front of the emperor. Even if the sword stabbed forward, it would first stab Fan Xian's body. Even if he was kind and righteous enough to sacrifice his life for the emperor, this was all he could do. As for the little eunuch behind the emperor, who was trying to assassinate him, the emperor, please take care of yourself. The sword came down. The tyrannical Jinqi in Fan Xian's body became incomparably violent. At this moment, it was unknown whether his mind was controlling the Jinqi, or whether the Jinqi had already taken control of his mind. He only heard a shrill scream, and both of his palms shot out. The Jinqi in his body seemed to have been compressed into 2 very strong pieces of mountain rock. It came out of his arms and met the cold sword. The white-clothed swordsman frowned slightly. He knew that if he continued to hold the sword in advance, even if it pierced through Fan Xian's chest, the 2 terrifying palms would probably shatter his sternum. With a swish, the ancient sword was like a celestial plucking a branch from the mortal world. It stabbed into Fan Xian's shoulder. At this moment, the white-clothed swordsman abandoned his sword and met Fan Xian's palms. There was a loud bang, and the power of the collision shook the surroundings. Dust flew everywhere, and the poisonous smoke dissipated. No matter how much of a genius the white-clothed swordsman was, he could not compare to the Jinqi foundation that Fan Xian had laid down when he was a baby. His left hand was slightly weaker, and with a crack his wrist was broken. But what made Fan Xian's heart tremble was that when the white-clothed swordsman was knocked back, he was still able to casually pull out the ancient sword that was stuck in his shoulder. How fast was this, and how wonderful was this technique? Immediately retreating after failing to strike was the style of a first-rate assassin. The white-clothed swordsman tapped the railing with the tip of his foot, and without looking at Fan Xian again, he leaped down the temple. His clothes fluttered in the mountain wind, and he was like a white crane that was not stained by dust as it danced lightly. In the instant that the white-clothed swordsman and Fan Xian exchanged blows, two inconspicuous sounds rang out. The ninth-level assassin, who had put Fan Xian in a difficult situation, was now completely red in the face. His shoulder bones were completely shattered and blood flowed freely. With a trace of unwillingness and despair in his eyes, he fell. As he fell, a trace of black blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. By the time his body touched the floor, he was completely dead. Behind this assassin stood shockingly Eunuch Hong. The stooped Eunuch Hong stood quietly, his hands still in his sleeves, as if he had not made a move at all. Fan Xian thought of the assassin's ultimate move, and with some despair, he turned around and saw a scene that shocked him. It was a scene that he would still remember many years later. The young eunuch, who had intended to assassinate the emperor with a dagger, had already fainted on the floor. Next to his head was a pile of sawdust, and the target of his assassination was the emperor of the kingdom of Qing. In his hand was a wooden plate with half a wine cup. This was the only weapon that the emperor had been able to grab in the chaos. He looked at the young eunuch at his feet and said in a cold voice, "Although I am not Yi Luyan, I am not someone that can be killed by someone like you." Indeed, although the emperor of the kingdom of Qing did not practice martial arts, he was still a brave man who conquered the world on horseback. In a normal fight he still had some skill. Fan Xian, who was still in a state of shock, looked at the image of the emperor holding half a wooden plate, and for some reason, thought of the gangster movies he had seen in his previous life. What a move! Screams and curses came from below the floating temple. Presumably, the white-clothed swordsman had already escaped. It seemed that the nobles of the kingdom of Qing were brave and ruthless. Knowing that the other party was an assassin who wanted to assassinate the emperor, they all surrounded him. Another scream, and a muffled grunt came from afar. Now is not the time to talk about punishment. Fan Xian stretched his head to the railing, and saw that on the ground, Yi Zhong of the Jingdo garrison was standing with his mouth covered. With his eyesight, he could clearly see that Yi Zhong was coughing up blood. Presumably, when he had been fighting with the white-clothed swordsman, he had used a lot of strength. Yi Zhong was one of the few ninth-level aces in the kingdom of Qing. If he had coughed up blood from his sneak attack, then the white-clothed swordsman must have been even more injured. As expected, among the chrysanthemums in the distance, the white-clothed swordsman's slightly sluggish silhouette could be seen. Legend has it that Siga Jian had a younger brother who left home at a young age. No one knows where he is now. The emperor stood behind Fan Xian and said coldly, "Fan Xian, capture him for me. Let's see if the two brothers are both idiots." After a series of dangerous encounters, the usually calm emperor of the kingdom of Qing finally became angry. Fan Xian knew it was not his place to say anything. Since Eunuch Hong had already gone upstairs, it was not his place to worry about the emperor's safety. Although blood was still flowing from his shoulder, he had already leaped over the railing. Like a black bird, he charged quickly down the stairs. There was another cry of surprise from below. "Watch the show." Fan Xian's face was cold. Since the emperor had spoken, there was nothing he could do. Moments after he flew past, Yi Zhong of the Jingdo garrison, who had also been caught off guard, finally recovered. With a dark face, he flew in the direction of the white-clothed swordsman. Gong Dian was his junior. If he did not capture the assassin today, then the entire Yi family would be doomed. Even if he jumped into the river, he would not be able to clear his name. Even if it cost him his life, he would personally capture the assassin and capture him alive. Immediately after, The guards' lightness skills also turned into countless arrowheads, leaping into the wilderness. At the foot of the mountain, there were layers of imperial soldiers surrounding it. On the mountain, Fan Xian and Yi Zhong, two ninth-level aces, led a group of red-eyed imperial guards in pursuit. It was uncertain whether the white-clothed assassin would be able to escape. This chapter is well written. I'm proud of it. Chapter 307. I can't be proud of myself anymore. I reread the first chapter and found that there were many typos and small problems. I fixed it, but I don't know if it's finished or not. Also, when I reread it, I found that it wasn't as good as I thought it was. But honestly, I like this chapter. I am middle-aged, and my skin is getting thicker and thicker. In the hanging temple, the emperor's anger had faded, and his face was calm. It was as if the wood shavings under his feet, the blood in the building, the dead bodies of the guards and assassins, the injured and unconscious people, and the sweet smell in the air did not exist. It was as if he had not encountered an assassination that had been planned by the enemy for many years, and that he was just having a chrysanthemum viewing party that happened once every 3 years. Some people began to clean up the mess inside the temple. Many of the palace's aces were crowded on the top floor, as if they wanted to crush the building. The faces of the guards responsible for the emperor's safety were deathly pale. The eunuchs, including Eunuch Dai, were all trembling. They didn't know what changes the emperor's assassination would bring to their fate, or if it would directly stop their fated journey. The crown prince had already climbed up from the ground. His face was wet with tears. He knelt in front of the emperor with his eldest brother and apologized. I am useless, and I have frightened you. The great prince spoke with a heavy tone. He had killed countless enemies in the west, but he did not expect that when the assassins came, he would not even have the ability to react. And Fan Xian, whom he had looked down on, was skilled and quick to react. Once you enter the 9th level, you are no longer ordinary. Although you are my sons, it is natural that you could not react in time to these fugitives. The emperor did not seem to have any intention of blaming his sons. He only glanced at the 9th level assassin who had died in the hands of Eunuch Hong in the corner, and then at the wine cup that the crown prince had stepped on and broken. He frowned. He gently held the frightened third prince in his arms, but his eyes were focused on the chrysanthemums that covered the mountain below. On the hillside, he could see the occasional movement, and the leaves were flying and breaking. I will go. Eunuch Hong spoke humbly from behind the emperor. It seemed that he did not think that he should firmly guard the emperor's side after an assassination attempt. Sir Fan Jr. has been ill recently. I am worried. The medicine pouch that Fan Xian had thrown on the floor before he left was very conspicuous. The poisonous smoke had filled the entire building, and there were bound to be people who inhaled it. So he had left behind the antidote pill. Looking at the medicine bag on the ground and thinking of the child's attentiveness, a glimmer of guilt flashed through the emperor's eyes. Only now did he remember that Fan Xian's health had been problematic recently. Furthermore, when Eunuch Hong had visited the Fan Manor last time, he had confirmed that the illness in his body was indeed troublesome. His fingers lightly tapped on the railing of the floating temple. Fan Jian, who had been hiding behind the nobles, seemed to sense something. He looked up. Don't go, the emperor said coldly to Eunuch Hong. I will send someone. As soon as he finished speaking, a few strange noises came from the valley below the floating temple. A few shadows rose from their hiding places, carrying long knives. They followed the steep mountain rocks and rushed into the sea of flowers. Not long after, they passed the palace guards, who had set off earlier, and followed the trail of the 3 people in front. They were the tiger guards. There was a temple in the mountain, and in front of the temple was a ravine. However, the ravine was a bit steep. Fan Xian ran through the ravine and the fields. Occasionally, he would reach out and pluck away the branches that came his way. He smelled the faint fragrance of the crushed chrysanthemum petals, and it was like he had eaten opium. The Jinqi in his body followed the 2 paths, and it quickly replenished his energy and strength. His feet seemed to have grown eyes, and they landed on the rocks below. His body was like a black dragon, and he rushed down the mountain at an astonishing speed. When it came to jumping off a cliff, other than Wu Zhu, There was no one in the world who could be faster than him. Furthermore, after today's battle with the white-clothed swordsman, his internal training had been greatly shaken. His jinqi was abundant, and his mental state was at its peak. The injury on his left shoulder was nothing. Dozens of feet in front of him, the faintly discernible white figure's movements could be considered exquisite. It gathered and dispersed like a cloud and gently resisted the downward force. Its speed did not decrease, but in the end, it could not compare to Fan Xian's acceleration through gravity. The distance between the two of them grew smaller and smaller. As for the Imperial guards who were still searching for a way down the mountain, they were already left far behind. Even the famous Lord Yi Chong, whose cultivation was obviously focused on the word zhong, was left behind by a long distance. Before the tea was cold, the two of them had already rushed to the foot of the mountain. Seeing the flag of the Imperial army in the distance, Fan Xian let out a sigh of relief. But he was surprised to see the white-clothed swordsman in front of him slanted and forcefully changed his direction. He brushed past the edge of the sparse forest at the foot of the mountain and rushed west. They had already stepped onto flat ground. Fan Xian's speed should not have been slower than the white-clothed swordsman, but the white-clothed swordsman had clearly suffered a great loss from Yi Zhong's palm. He could not increase his speed, and so Fan Xian followed him closely. But seeing the direction his opponent had chosen, Fan Xian could not help but feel a chill in his heart. Communication between the mountain and the foot of the mountain was not easy. Even if news of the emperor's assassination had already spread, the imperial soldiers at the foot of the mountain would not be able to respond immediately. Moreover, the direction the white-clothed swordsman had chosen was the most difficult place for the imperial soldiers to cover. It was a primitive forest. Although the area of the forest was not large, it was enough to cover the white-clothed swordsman's escape. He chased in silence, hoping that the commander of the imperial army would not forget that direction because of Gong Dian's negligence. What comforted him was that the area outside the forest was clearly guarded. The white-clothed swordsman, while running at high speed, forcefully changed his direction again, cutting through in the direction of the 2 o'clock. Fan Xian followed closely. The white-clothed swordsman turned again. Fan Xian followed again. After several sudden changes in direction, the white-clothed swordsman beautifully maintained the distance between him and the imperial soldiers in the distance. Fan Xian had no extra energy to call for help. With a whoosh, the white-clothed swordsman suddenly sped up, sweeping towards the surface of a lake in front of him. After Fan Xian gritted his teeth and followed, he realized something with some fear. He had already followed the assassin through the imperial army's encirclement at the foot of the mountain. There was nothing in front of him, and no one was guarding it. Fan Xian's heart trembled. He could not understand how the white-clothed swordsman had escaped the watchful eyes of the imperial army. Other than the fact that the two of them were fast enough, the only explanation was that the white-clothed swordsman was terrifyingly familiar with the arrangements of the imperial army, as well as the Qing court's emergency response. Fan Xian remembered that Gong Dian had not appeared in the floating temple today, and he felt a chill crawl up his back. But now was not the time to think about schemes. Yi Zhong was too heavy, and the guards were too slow. There was no one beside him. If he let this assassin disappear before his eyes, Fan Xian knew that he would be in big trouble. He could not turn back. He could only fly. He could only give chase. Fan Xian had full confidence in his tracking skills, especially on that night on the shores of the North Sea. He had led a few tiger guards and chased Shaoan, who had once dominated the world, into a miserable state. He did not believe that aside from the 4 great grandmasters, there was anyone else who could escape his tracking. But today a series of surprises came one after another, and it made him feel a little cold. First, the assassin was able to easily pass through the imperial army's encirclement, and then he displayed a very strong ability to escape. From the foot of the mountain to the lake, through the lake, between the farmhouses and the fields, the white-clothed swordsman had already disappeared from Fan Xian's sight a few times. If it were not for Fan Xian's amazing eyesight and extraordinary luck, he would have been lost a long time ago. And the white-clothed assassin's steadiness along the way. It even seemed to be an instinctive reaction. It was something that Fan Xian admired. He had been exposed to the Overwatch Council since he was young, and he knew how many years of immersion it took to achieve this. Fan Xian noticed the way the white-clothed swordsman covered his tracks. He was very experienced, and there was something sinister about him. It was very familiar to Fan Xian. It was like the darkness he was already very familiar with. Compared to the white-clothed swordsman, there was something very different about it. This was the true face of the white-clothed swordsman. He was calm, ruthless, and decisive. All of these were the pinnacle of the human world. That sword strike in the floating temple, although brilliant and heroic, did not seem as frightening as the dark aura emanating from the swordsman right now. The true power that the swordsman displayed had long surpassed that of the old Shao'in, and was even greater than Fan Xian's true power. Fan Xian was becoming more and more alarmed. At the floating temple, he had been too impulsive, too hot-blooded. Now that he had calmed down, he could properly assess the power of the swordsman's strike. If he had not injured the swordsman, perhaps the only thing Fan Xian would have done now would have been to immediately stop and get as far away from the white-clothed man as possible. In front of the two of them, the capital was in sight. The city walls were tall and imposing. With a roar, the white-clothed swordsman did not stop. He single-handedly took off his snow-white robe, revealing a simple set of clothing underneath. It was similar to what the commoners of the capital would wear. The white robe fell into the mud. A moment later, the tip of a foot lightly touched the cloth, and a shadow quickly flew past. Fan Xian looked at the swordsman, who had already disguised himself as a commoner. His admiration for the swordsman was at its peak. His opponent did not flee to the outskirts like the other assassins. Instead, he walked right into the trap and killed his way into the capital. There were tens of thousands of people in the capital, and if the swordsman was able to blend in with them, he must have had a reliable identity. Even if the Overwatch Council mobilized all of their forces, they would not be able to find him. Today, the royal family had gathered at the floating temple, so the security of the capital was naturally lax. The soldiers at the gate felt their vision blur, and after rubbing their eyes, they did not know what had happened. Fan Xian could see clearly that the swordsman had already blended into the crowd of the capital. He was not afraid of shocking the crowd, and so he rushed straight through the gate. When he entered the city, he was not blocked, and he was still able to follow the assassin. In the complicated situation of the capital, it was the time to truly test the abilities of the assassins in the dark. Fan Xian used all of his skills to not lose sight of the shadow-like figure in front of him. Fortunately, he was in a good state of mind, and his speed did not decrease. The silent pursuit and counter-pursuit took place in the private residences and alleys of the capital. Perhaps it was not as dangerous as last time on the shore of the North Sea, but the degree of tension was much greater. A shadow floated in the corner of a building. His bamboo shoes tapped against the ground, and he passed through the busy streets of the old city. He knocked over a hawker selling candied fruits. It was this knock that allowed Fan Xian to determine that the assassin was heavily injured. It looked like he could not hold on much longer, and that was why he could not control his body. A dead alley suddenly appeared. After a series of hurried and light footsteps, Fan Xian finally succeeded in blocking the swordsman at the end of the alley. After repeated trekking and using his heart and mind, his face was unnaturally pale, but his cheeks were flushed with excitement, and his eyes were bright. It was a sign that the Jinqi in his body had reached its peak. The assassin in the alley was in a worse state. His white clothes were gone, and under his ordinary clothes, blood could be seen faintly seeping out. The assassin turned around. It was a completely unfamiliar face to Fan Xian, and it was also incomparably pale. Presumably, he rarely saw the sun, and Fan Xian didn't know if he had changed his appearance. He looked at Fan Xian, who was only 10 steps away from him, and said in a raspy voice, "Sir Fan Jr., are you not tired?" Fan Xian was slightly startled, and said quietly, "I did not think you could run this far." The assassin faintly smiled and gently stretched his hand into his outer robe. He slowly took out the ancient sword that was as cold as autumn water. With the sword in his hand, his entire temperament changed. He immediately changed from a dark assassin fleeing for his life to a proud swordsman. His entire body was filled with confidence and pride. I originally did not want to kill you. Fan Xian was silent. He knew that if his opponent had not been injured, he would indeed have had the strength to say such a seemingly arrogant thing. Feeling the cold sword intent at the end of the alley, he unconsciously prepared to pull the trigger of the hidden crossbow, take out the black dagger hidden in his boots, and throw out the poisonous smoke he was most skilled at. But unexpectedly, he did not touch the dagger. The poisonous smoke ran out, and the hidden crossbow was no longer there. You are naked, the nameless assassin said coldly. The nameless assassin said coldly. You only have 3 crossbow bolts, 1 dagger and 14 smoke-bursting pills. And now you are naked. Fan Xian lowered his head slightly, and his expression darkened. He knew that he had indeed run into the capital naked. The 3 treasures that had always helped him were no longer at his side. With these 3 treasures in hand, he dared to fight Haiteng head-on. And now, faced with the top master whose overall strength was no less than Haiteng's, what could Fan Xian do? He could only pray that his opponent's injuries would act up a little faster, and that Uncle Wu Zhu would come a little faster. The abundant jinqi in his body had already reached the pinnacle, causing his mind to become firm and confident. The jinqi that was rapidly circulating in his meridians was like countless naughty children, persuading him to use his own strength to fight fiercely with his opponent. But unexpectedly, he only took a deep breath and suppressed his desire to fight. He looked at his opponent with a gaze without a trace of emotion, smiled and said, "Tell me your identity that satisfies me, and I will not pursue you." This was a deal. This was a deal. He had risked to follow this top master all the way to the capital, to make a deal. The assassination attempt in the floating temple was too strange. Gong Dian's strange negligence of duty, the ingenious arrangements made during the assassination, the appearance and departure of the assassin before him, and his familiarity with the internal affairs of the Qin kingdom, all revealed a frightening truth. This assassination attempt was definitely not just a single force, and there must have been people from within the Qin kingdom. Fan Xian only needed to know the true origin of this matter, and not act like a warrior to wash away the emperor's shame. He was not simply a loyal official. He cared more about the relationship between this assassination and himself, his father, and the Overwatch Council. Don't say things like integrity. Fan Xian's head was still lowered and he smiled. You and I are the same kind of people. I know that promises are meaningless. Give me the information I need, and I will let you go. The assassin was silent, tacitly agreeing to what he said. But just when Fan Xian thought he would accept this seemingly fair deal for both sides, the assassin suddenly said, "The question now is, if I kill you, can I leave as well?" This world was truly wonderful. Fan Xian had valiantly rejected the second prince's proposal of reconciliation and coexistence, which seemed to everyone to be perfect. At this moment, there were also people who had valiantly rejected him. What did he rely on? Of course it was power. The light of the sword seemed to light up the entire alley in an instant. The autumn leaves were also blown up by the wind of the sword, and they flew chaotically between the two of them. That ancient sword, accompanied by the sad and beautiful leaves, suddenly and decisively appeared in front of Fan Xian. Just like on the top floor of the floating temple, the jinqi in Fan Xian's body rushed out and gathered on his palms. It was as if he could split the sky and the earth. With a powerful palm wind, he slapped the opponent's face. He didn't even look at the sword coming at him. The palm wind was so strong that it shook the swordsman's hair back like steel thorns. In terms of martial arts, he was not as good as his opponent, so he had to fight with his life. And he knew that the more an assassin killed, the more he valued his life, and the more arrogant he was. How could he trade his life for his own? As he wished, his opponent swung the sword and slashed at his palms. Fan Xian quickly pulled his hands back and turned into 2 black shadows. They went straight for his opponent's temples. The 2 punches were clean and simple, but they were unusually fierce. It was at this moment that the swordsman he was fighting did something that Fan Xian would never have thought possible. The swordsman no longer waved his sword as freely as a master painter. He no longer used the sword in an extremely clever manner. He directly abandoned his sword. The sword left his hand and shot out, heading straight for Fan Xian's throat. His body strangely shrank and dodged Fan Xian's fierce fist wind. He put his hand on the opening of his left boot. He took out a dull and lusterless dagger. Fan Xian gave a muffled cry and pulled back his fist. He used his powerful jinqi to knock the fatal sword away. The ancient sword flew out in a straight line and stuck into the wall of the alley. It trembled and buzzed. What shocked him even more was that his opponent had taken out a dagger from his boot and thrust it at him. This move was all too familiar to Fan Xian. When the swordsman held the ancient sword in his hand, he was open and aboveboard. He was an upright and unparalleled swordsman. So Fan Xian used his tyrannical jinqi to counter him. However, after the swordsman abandoned his sword, his whole body seemed to disappear. He became a phantom in the autumn wind, holding a sharp dagger in his hand, and suddenly stabbed out. This powerful change in temperament happened suddenly. Fan Xian was almost unable to react in time. A small cut appeared on his left arm. In a flash, the two black and gray figures began to fight in the alley. They fought close to each other, using strange methods. The blades were silent, and the tips were sinister. In a very small area, they carried out a very dangerous assassination. Their movements grew faster and faster. They bent their elbows and lifted their knees, lifted their stomachs and chopped their feet. From the corner of the wall to the wall, they fell to the ground. A series of shocking sounds rang out. If Fan Xian had not been trained by Wu Zhu from a young age, if he had not been steeped in the style of the Overwatch Council, and if he had not always walked this path, he would probably have been pierced with countless bloody holes by that dagger. But no matter how fast he dodged, he was still cut by that dagger, which seemed to be infected with a soul-devouring aura, and countless bloody wounds appeared on his body. His opponent must have been very clear about the structure of the Overwatch Council's uniform. The point of the dagger cut all the places that were not heavily protected, but what made Fan Xian's heart jump was that his opponent had studied him very thoroughly. He had calculated the path of his attack. The little tricks that he relied on to save his life were always predicted and dodged by his opponent before he could use them. Whether it was the pinky, the eyeball, the pinch, or the elbow, all the shameless, dirty, and sinister moves lost their effectiveness. A pale gray light flashed before Fan Xian's eyes. The tip of the dagger pierced straight down. This made him think of Wu Zhu's staff. It made him think of Wu Zhu's words, straight, ruthless, and accurate. The reason why Fan Xian could still reminisce about the past, even when he was about to die, was because he still had a move called the coffin breaker. There was still a blade hidden in the tips of his boots. With a flick of his hand, the violent jinqi in his body burst forth. The Overwatch Council's uniform on his arm was shaken to shreds. His right hand, stimulated by the jinqi, shook incessantly. Faintly, there was a hint of the elegance of Yi Liuyun's Sansho from the cliffs of Danzhou. The assassin, who was attached to his left arm like a ghost, felt a powerful and heart-wrenching jinqi hit him in the face. His opponent's slapping fingers scattered like withered twigs. The assassin's chest tightened, and he was shaken back. The tip of his foot stepped down, right on the tip of Fan Xian's sinister boot, and he floated back 3 feet. Fan Xian gave a muffled grunt. Holding the wound on his left arm, he looked at the terrifying enemy in front of him. Seeing that his opponent was also covering his mouth and bleeding, he felt a little more at ease. But Wu Zhu hadn't arrived yet. The assassin moved his elbow, holding the gray dagger horizontally in front of his eyes. In a raspy voice he said, "I learned this from you." Fan Xian's face was gloomy. He could feel his energy seeping out of his wound. "You're welcome," he said coldly. There was no time left for him to treat his wounds and adjust his breathing, and it was clear that his opponent was more resilient to injuries than Fan Xian was. So Fan Xian did not say anything else. He tapped the wall with the tip of his foot and knocked down a few gray bricks. His whole body was already pouncing forward like a tiger. The assassin took a step back, leapt up, and backhanded his dagger, stabbing towards Fan Xian's temple. Fan Xian's figure paused. His aura changed from ruthlessness to softness. His entire body took a risk as he circled a small circle around the dagger. A cold light flashed between the 2 fingers of his right hand. He extended them out like a ghost from behind his neck. In an instant, he was about to gently pinch the poisonous needle and stab it into the hand that held the dagger with unusual stability between the thumb and index finger. But he didn't expect that the dagger the assassin used to backhand was a feint. When the tip of the needle reached out, his opponent had already calmly pulled back the dagger by 3 inches, allowing the poisonous needle to stab into the horizontal surface of the dagger. The tip of the needle was a few inches short, and it seemed extremely fragile. Immediately after, the assassin's knee struck the back of Fan Xian's waist. A sharp pain made him turn his body sideways. And then he saw that the terrifying dagger was only a short distance away from his chest. Looking at the dagger, Fan Xian felt hopeless. His opponent had been so well prepared that he even knew the location of his 3 life-saving hairpins. And Wuxia still hadn't arrived. Receiving a heavy blow to his waist, Fan Xian's muffled grunt turned into an extremely berserk cry. At the moment of life and death, he finally stimulated the greatest potential in his body. He absorbed all of that powerful killing power into the snowy mountain, urged his powerful Jinqi to move to his arms, and clamped down on the dagger. His palms clamped down on the dagger, and there was a very unpleasant hoarse sound, as if a red-hot iron was slowly scratching across the coarse soles of his feet. The 2 of them were so close that Fan Xian could see the glimmer of a smile in his opponent's eyes. Things like bad luck always came together. At this moment, Fan Xian had already reached the most dangerous moment. The biggest hidden danger in his body had finally exploded and let out a fatal roar. The ruthless Jinqi was like a disobedient child, or a beast that was difficult to tame. Unusually unsteadily, it began to pulse through his meridians. The accumulated Jinqi in the snowy mountain seemed to have finally broken through its limit following this exhausting battle. It exploded. In such a short moment, Fan Xian already felt a pain he had never felt before. Every nerve in his body that could feel felt as if it had been torn apart. It was incomparably painful. The Jinqi in his body wildly broke through the walls and charged into his body. In a moment, it disappeared into his organs and could no longer be moved. Without all of his Jinqi, his palms were powerless. With a soft sound, the dark dagger that had been unable to truly stab Fan Xian pierced into his chest in such a simple and even somewhat absurd manner. Fan Xian loosened his palms and looked incredulously at the dagger that had suddenly appeared in his chest. He could only see the back of the dagger. Even the top assassin seemed to be stunned. He looked stupidly at the dagger in Fan Xian's chest and did nothing else. After an indeterminable amount of time, the pain finally reached Fan Xian's brain. Only then did he understand that he had been stabbed deeply. He was afraid that his little life would be lost in a small alley in a different world. He was unwilling. There were still many things he had not done. He had not had a child, had not copied the 78th chapter of Dream of the Red Chamber, had not gone to the palace treasury to see Yi Qingmei's furniture, had not gone to the temple to peep, had not stood in the great hall of the royal palace to announce his identity to the world. Most unwilling of all was Blind Man. Why haven't you come yet? Accident. Surprisingly, other than Fan Xian, who did not forget his previous life, Zhou Xingxing, the person who said these 2 words, was also the swordsman opposite him. However, Fan Xian said it with great unwillingness, and the other person said it with great innocence. The assassin finally let go of the dagger in his hand. Fan Xian's legs softened, and he fell to the ground. When the Qing Emperor's most elite tiger guards finally arrived at the alley with great difficulty, they did not have time to participate in this fierce battle. They only had time to watch a commoner-like person let go of the dagger in Sir Fan Jr.'s chest. Then, he became a black shadow and swept past the wall at the end of the alley. As for Sir Fan Jr., the incomparably powerful figure that these tiger guards secretly talked about, he fell stiffly to the ground in the alley like a drunkard. After him, one of the tiger guards growled in a low voice, "Split into 2 and rescue him first." The leader of this group of tiger guards, Gouda, had a murderous and gloomy face. He crouched beside Fan Xian and looked at the young official who had brought him to Northern Qi. He was extremely nervous and worried. After an indeterminable amount of time, a voice finally rang out in the alley. "I won't die." Fan Xian leaned against Gouda's chest, panting. He looked at the large patch of dark red on his chest. It wasn't deep enough. But quickly get the royal doctor. go to the manor and find my sister to get an antidote, and ask His Majesty to urgently summon Fei Jie back to the capital. My life is important." Having said this, Fan Xian closed his eyes and fainted. But before he fainted, he used his somewhat blurry eyes to look at the mud wall that the assassin had escaped through. The strange situation after the accidental injury had already allowed him to vaguely guess the identity of that terrifying assassin. But this matter was too complicated, too frightening. So frightening that he would rather unconsciously let himself fall unconscious than continue thinking about it. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 308. The curtain of the carriage fluttered along with the oncoming wind, revealing a corner of the green mountain outside the carriage and the long stone road behind it. It was like countless scenes that were continuously rewinding. In the corner of the picture, a black cloth was fluttering. It became a flowing black light, gradually taking over the entire picture. The picture turned bright, and the mottled sequins became familiar little flowers, blooming between the cliffs of Danzhou. A slightly rough but exceptionally warm hand reached out and plucked one. The flower was dried by the sun and the sea breeze on the balcony of a house, and mixed into the tea. Boiling water was poured into the cup, stirring the tea leaves and dried flowers into a golden amber color. Another hand reached out, picked up the cup, and placed it in front of him. "Young master, have a cup of Cece's new tea. Today is her first day in the family." Dong who had not been seen for a long time, had a warm smile on her face. For some reason, she was not in Danzhou acting like a tofu beauty. Fan Xian shook his head, took the tea, and brought it to the other side. He looked at Wan who was sitting next to him, nibbling on a chicken leg. "It's oily," he said, rebuking her. "How can you eat that? Drink some tea and clear your throat." Wan did not say anything. Instead, it was her sister, who was sitting to his right, who smiled. The faint worry between her eyebrows had disappeared, making Fan Xian feel very comforted. "It's time to go," said Wu Zhu coldly, his face covered with a black cloth. "Where are we going?" he asked subconsciously. "To see the lady." "All right." Fan Xian did not have any objections. He stood up excitedly and walked to the bedside to pick up his luggage, as well as that black box. But for some reason, the box was unusually heavy today. He could not lift it, and he was sweating profusely. A drop of sweat rolled down Fan Xian's forehead, dripping onto the pillow. In a daze, he opened his eyes a little and stared at the painted eaves above him. He knew that he was in a strange room, and he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. He thought to himself, "What are you doing? Don't tell me he wore it again?" If he had to be reborn every time he died, perhaps Fan Xian would rather he had died thoroughly the last time. Why did he have to walk through this world? He had seen so many people, encountered so many things, moved so many emotions, and felt a reluctance to part. Yet he had to leave. Yet he still remembered. Fan Xian's somewhat unfocused eyes finally adjusted to the light in the room. He began to learn to focus like a baby. Finally, he saw clearly beside him. Wanner's eyes were red and swollen from crying. She gripped the corner of the bedsheet tightly and bit her lower lip, unwilling to make a sound. It seemed that he was still alive and still in the world of the kingdom of Qing. He just didn't know where he was lying. It was difficult for him to lower his head, but from the pain in his chest, he knew that his injury had not been healed. At this moment, the room was filled with submissive eunuchs. They were looking around in fear, pretending to be busy and sorrowful. At the door, a group of old men dressed in the attire of imperial physicians were talking to a middle-aged man sorrowfully. "Your Majesty, we really have no other choice." The middle-aged man was furious. "If we cannot save him, then you will all accompany him in death." Fan Xian, who was in a semi-conscious state, saw this scene and couldn't help but laugh coldly. But the corners of his lips did not listen to his brain's commands. He thought to himself that this was indeed a familiar line. "But you, the Emperor, are only venting your anger when I am about to die. You don't seem very kind." Compared to the situation in front of him, Fan Xian subconsciously hoped that it was his father, Minister Fan, who was yelling at the imperial physicians. He wanted to reach out and pat the back of Wanner's hand, but he didn't have the strength to move. There was no place in his body that did not hurt. There was no place that did not feel empty. He forced himself to focus, but his head buzzed and he fainted again. While Commissioner Fan still had the leisure to silently criticize the emperor and comfort his wife, the entire capital was in chaos. The emperor had been assassinated. This incident could not be hidden from the world. So many people knew about it at dusk. But what made the people feel at ease was that the emperor had not been injured in this incident. But not long after news came, Fan Xian, the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, had loyally protected the emperor and acted bravely. He had personally resolved this disaster. Then, despite his weakened body, he had chased the assassins from the Hanging Temple into the capital. Finally, he could not take it anymore and fell to the ground, heavily injured. No one knew if he would survive. Fan Xian had always had a good reputation among the people of the Qing Kingdom. When they heard this news, most of the people in the capital held their bowls of rice in their hands and expressed their sincere concern and blessings. At night, there was a long line of people carrying lanterns to the Temple of Qing to pray for him. On the southern street of the city, there were not many lights on in Fan Manor. It was dark, and the servants were at a loss for what to do as they waited for news. After Fan Xian was injured, he was sent to the palace by the Tiger Guards. After the emperor returned to the capital, he kept the heavily injured Fan Xian in the palace and ordered the royal doctors to watch over him. Everyone in Fan Manor felt that this was only natural. The young mistress and the young mistress had already entered the palace, and there was no news yet. But the rumors said that the young master had been stabbed with a knife and was seriously injured. The royal doctors could not do anything about it. Unexpectedly, the Minister of Revenue Fan Jian did not enter the palace. He only sat in his study with a gloomy face. No one knew what he was thinking. After such a big incident, Chen Pingping could not stay in the Chen garden in the suburbs to watch beautiful women dance. He sat in his wheelchair and returned to the Overwatch Council. The first thing he did was to investigate the assassination. At the same time, he took over the bodies of the young eunuch and the 9th-level master, who had been captured in the Hanging Temple. King Jing had already rushed into the palace. Princess Rojia stayed in her room to cry. Who knew how many young girls in the capital were grieving? The second prince shut the gates of the prince's mansion tightly and forbade any of his subordinates from inquiring about any news or responding in any way. He knew that he was in a very dangerous situation. In these troubled times, any inappropriate action would bring disaster upon himself. The great prince stood guard outside Guangxin Palace, where Fan Xian was being rescued. He paced back and forth. Iguipin also stood outside Guangxin Palace with the third prince. Today, the third prince's life had been saved by Fan Xian. Putting aside the fact that Iguipin was a relative of the Fan Manor, as a woman of the palace, she knew what was behind the emperor's anger. She also knew what kind of attitude she should show. The empress did not come. The crown prince only pretended to be concerned about Fan Xian and comforted Wanner and Ruoro. He also asked the emperor to take care of his body and then returned to the Eastern Palace. According to other news, although the Empress Dowager had only sent eunuch Hong to take a look, the old man was burning incense and praying in the little memorial hall behind Hongguang Palace. The news that Fan Xian was heavily injured and on the verge of death made all the powers of the Qing Kingdom react in the most realistic way possible. They couldn't help but feel that it was ridiculously cute. Guangxin Palace used to be the eldest princess residence in the palace. It was also the place Fan Xian had come to the first time he had entered the royal palace at night. However, he had never stayed in the sleeping palace. So in the moment he woke up, he did not recognize that he was lying in the royal palace. Although Fan Xian had been heavily injured for the emperor's sake, it was still inappropriate for an official to be left in the royal palace to be treated. Fortunately, he still had the identity of being the eldest princess' son-in-law. With a creak, the door to Guangxin Palace was pushed open. The emperor walked out with a serious expression. He glanced at Fan Ruoro, who was about to cry by his side. Fatigue appeared between his brows. Eunuch Yao said in a trembling voice. Your Majesty, you should go and rest. Sir Fan Jr. has the royal doctors here to treat him. He should be fine. A cold light flashed through the emperor's eyes. Those useless people. Your Majesty, I want to go in and see. Fan Roro steadied her state of mind and bowed to the emperor. But the royal doctors will not let me in. The emperor furrowed his brows. Why? He noticed that there was a very ordinary box next to Miss Fan's feet. Fan Roro bit her lip and said, Brother still hasn't woken up, but the tiger guards told me to bring him the antidote he normally uses. He must have known before he fainted, but the royal doctors do not believe me. The emperor stood silently on the steps. The royal doctors had their own procedures for treating patients. It was normal for them to refuse Fan Roro's medicine, but the emperor now was different from how he had been for many years. It seemed that this was the first time he realized that out of all of his sons, only one of them was the most promising, and only one of them did not think about problems for the sake of his own position. In the Hanging Temple, at such a critical moment, if Fan Xian's first choice had been to risk his life to save the emperor, the suspicious emperor would probably still have been wary of Fan Xian, because that kind of action might have been, because he was a powerful official, he wanted to show his loyalty to the emperor. A person who was an emperor never believed in visible loyalty. But the problem was, Fan Xian chose to save the third prince first. If it was investigated further, the imperial censorate could even use this detail to accuse Fan Xian of treason. But the emperor was not a normal person. From this detail, he thought he saw that under Fan Xian's shrewd exterior, there was still a warm and kind heart, just like that woman in the past. What was funny was that in that instant, Fan Xian did not think this way. The problem was the emperor did not know. So the emperor was very pleased. After learning that Fan Xian was heavily injured and was about to die, his heart, which had not wavered for many years, finally trembled a little. He even began to wonder if he had squeezed Fan Xian too much. After the self-doubt, he felt a sliver of unreasonable jealousy toward Fan Xian. A sliver of anger that could not be expressed to the heavens. Such an excellent young man. Why? Could he only be his son? How about his sons? The eldest was too straight, the second too fake, the third too young. As for the crown prince, the emperor laughed coldly in his heart. Did this little bastard think I didn't see him purposely step on that wine cup? So, he left Fan Xian in the palace. On one hand, he wanted to save Fan Xian as soon as possible. On the other hand, he was a middle-aged man with negative emotions that caused trouble in his bones. Fan Xian, who had grown up with him, perhaps understood the emperor's psychological process very well. So when his son was heavily injured, he did not enter the palace. He only quietly stayed in the study of Fan Manor. The emperor summoned the imperial physician, who was taking a short break, out of the palace. With a pained expression he replied, Your Majesty, the bleeding outside has stopped, but the knife has injured Sir Fan's internal organs. The emperor raised his chin slightly, indicating Fan Roro's presence. Why did you not let Miss Fan enter the palace? Even at this time, the imperial physician did not forget to maintain his professionalism. He frowned and said, We do not know what those pills are made of. The assassin's knife was soaked in poison, but the poison has not been analyzed clearly, so we do not dare to eat it. We are afraid. Afraid my ass. At this time King Jing, who had been sitting on a chair at the bottom of the stairs, rushed up and slapped the imperial physician across the cheek. He scolded, I gave you 4 hours. Even if you don't want to save him, you should at least wake Fan Xian up. As long as he wakes up, with his medical skills, he will be much more reliable than an old man like you. The imperial physician had just suffered a slap on his face. His head was dizzy, and he was so angry that he could not say anything. The emperor was about to reprimand King Jing for his inappropriate behavior, but after hearing these words, he felt that they were very reasonable. Now that Fei Jie was not in the capital, when it came to detoxification and healing, there was no one better than Fan Xian. He frowned and said, No matter what, we must first think of a way to wake Fan Xian up. As soon as the words left his mouth, the emperor realized that Fan Xian was indeed an all-rounder. Furthermore, If he had not been worried that he and the princes would be poisoned by the smoke, and had thrown the medicine bag on the floor, even if he had been poisoned by the assassin's sword, he would not have fallen to such a state. Thinking of Fan Xian's other good points, the emperor couldn't help but sigh in his heart. He thought to himself, if only this child's mother was not her, how good would that be? He shook his head, and was led back to the royal study by the eunuchs. Having received the emperor's decree, King Jing and Fan Roro pushed through the palace guards. They did not care about the imperial physician's advice, and rushed to the bedside. Wanner's eyes were red and swollen. She did not say a word. She only held Fan Xian's somewhat cold hand, and stared blankly at Fan Xian's pale face. It seemed that she did not even know who was behind her. Seeing this scene, Fan Roro felt a slight sorrow in her heart. However, it quickly turned into determination. She believed that her outstanding brother would not die so simply. Wake him up. King Jing did not look like a gardener today. Instead, he looked like a decisive general. He squinted and said, if the medicine does not work, I will cut off one of his fingers. Fan Roro did not seem to hear him. She took out a few wooden boxes of different sizes from her box. King Jing said, do you know which one to take? He had no choice but to be cautious. After all, the imperial physicians were not all idiots, and what they said made sense. If he had taken the wrong pill, who knew what effect it would have? Perhaps Fan Xian, who was on the verge of death, would have died. Fan Roro nodded. She calmly took out a light yellow pill from the wooden box. The pill gave off an extremely spicy smell. She handed the pill to her sister-in-law. The two ladies were both exceptionally intelligent. After Lin Wanner's hand trembled, she did not ask any questions. She directly put the pill into her mouth and began to chew quickly. She then took the warm water that the eunuch handed over and drank a mouthful to dilute the medicine in her mouth. The imperial physicians, who were watching with curiosity and nervousness, knew that the two bold girls were about to force the medicine into Fan Xian's mouth. Since they could not stop them, one of them quickly stepped forward and used a special wooden tool to pry open Fan Xian's teeth. Lin Wanner lowered her head and fed it to him. King Jing, who had been silently watching all this time, suddenly stretched out a hand and patted Fan Xian's chest. Then his hand moved downwards. Then, everyone began to wait anxiously. After some time, Fan Xian's long eyelashes trembled slightly. He opened his eyes, but his gaze was weak. Master Fan is awake. A tactful eunuch shouted loudly. He went out of the palace to report to the emperor, and the inside and outside of the palace hall became lively. After Fan Xian woke up from his injury, his first thought was, there must be many people who will be disappointed. Then, he looked at the nervous, excited, and sorrowful faces around him. He said softly, pillow. Wanner clenched her fists and pressed her lips together. She was so nervous that she could not speak. She took a pillow and placed it on the back of his neck. She knew that her husband wanted to see the injury on his chest, so she put another pillow on top of his head, so that his head could be a little higher. Ruoro had already moved a bright candlestick over, illuminating his wretched chest. Fan Xian closed his eyes and let the spicy medicinal power slowly spread through his body, increasing his already withered energy. Only then did he slowly open his eyes and look toward his chest. The wound was not deep, and it was a little lower. It looked like it was on the chest, but it was probably on the top of the stomach. The royal doctors treated external injuries very well, and Fan Xian could not find anything wrong with it. But he knew that there must have been a hole in his stomach, and it was still slowly bleeding. His Jinqi had completely dispersed, and he could not rely on Jinqi to heal himself. If he allowed the internal bleeding to continue, he would not be able to survive the night. With the level of medicine in this world, there was nothing that could be done about internal injuries. He could not blame the royal doctors. Wipe it off. His energy was such that he could only give a short order. Fan Ruoro did not even think. She took a boiled cloth and wiped off all the medicinal powder on her brother's chest, causing the royal doctors to cry out in surprise. Unsurprisingly, the wound on his chest began to bleed again. Needles. Fan Xian spat out one word. He could barely move his hand, and he held his wife's cold hand, which was trembling all over. Roro took out a few long needles. Fan Xian looked to the side at King Jing and said, Tian tu chiman yu manner Guan Yuan, insert the needles 2 inches. Inserting the needles required the support of Jinqi, and at this moment, it seemed that only King Jing had this ability. After Fan Xian woke up, he had guessed very clearly that the palm that had sent the medicine into his stomach had contained the powerful Jinqi that had been practiced for many years. King Jing was slightly surprised. It seemed that he had not thought that he would also become a doctor. He accepted the thin long needles and nervously inserted them into the acupuncture points that Fan Xian had pointed out. The needles entered the skin, and the bleeding stopped. The surrounding royal doctors were dumbfounded and could not believe what they were seeing. The third bureau, Fan Xian said weakly to King Jing. King Jing immediately understood. The third bureau of the Overwatch Council was the best at making poisons. He and the emperor had been so concerned that they had forgotten to let them into the palace to cure Fan Xian. So, he quickly left the palace and had someone summon the head of the third bureau and all other personnel into the palace to treat Fan Xian. Unexpectedly, the people of the third bureau were already waiting outside the palace. The head of the third bureau had asked for a few edicts to enter the palace to save Fan Xian. However, the palace was a mess tonight. A few of the commanders of the Imperial Army had been summoned by the Overwatch Council for questioning, but no one dared to ask the emperor. Naturally, no one dared to let them enter the palace. At this moment, King Jing was representing the emperor in giving an edict. The people of the Overwatch Council finally let out a sigh of relief. They directly entered the palace gates and hurried to Guangxin Palace. The people of the third bureau had brought a large pile of things. The clinking sounds were like metal objects. Lying on the bed, Fan Xian listened to the sound. It was like listening to the sound of a jade edict. The head of the third bureau was the disciple of Fei Jia, who was Fan Xian's senior brother. In the Overwatch Council, he had always been on good terms with Fan Xian. Now, seeing his junior brother lying wretchedly on the bed, his face immediately became gloomy. He walked to Fan Xian's side and put a finger on his wrist. Everyone, including the royal doctors, watched him nervously. After a while, the head of the third bureau nodded and looked at Fan Xian. My junior brother's pill is very good. However, this poison is from Dongyi. Try this one in the council. Fan Xian's heart trembled, and he took the pill. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, but his spirit immediately improved. There were 3 great masters of poisons. Fei Jia was one, Shaoan was the second, and the third was a strange man from Dongyi. Among the 3, Fei Jia was the most knowledgeable and undoubtedly the most skilled. But the materials and styles of poisons used by masters of poisons were very different. For example, Shaoan focused on animal fat and glandular secretion, while Fei Jia focused on plant and tree sap. This also affected Fan Xian. Unfortunately, the poison on the assassin's dagger came from the saltpeter mine of Dongyi. The styles of the 2 groups were different, so it was very troublesome to detoxify the poison. How could the council have an antidote on hand? Thus, Fan Xian knew that someone must have used his senior brother's name to send this pill into the palace to help him detoxify the poison. However, his senior brother, who had long been immersed in the study of poisons and appeared to be a bit one-track minded, clearly did not think of this. As the poison gradually faded, all that was left was the injury to his internal organs. Seeing the Overwatch Council's ability to cure poisons, the royal doctors were finally impressed. But they were still curious as to how Commissioner Fan and the third bureau were going to treat the internal wounds. My junior brother, I've brought the tools you asked the bureau to prepare. How do I use them? The head of the third bureau didn't seem to know the functions of those tools. Fan Xian looked at the bloody wound on his chest and said, panting, I need someone who is very brave, and someone with a very steady hand. The head of the third bureau dealt with poisons and dead people all year round. He had seen people cut open for who knew how many years. Naturally, he was brave enough. As for someone with a steady hand, the officials of the third bureau seemed to be able to handle it. But Fan Roro stubbornly stood in front of the bed and said, I'll do it. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please log on to www.cmfu. More chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. Chapter 309. Fan Xian, who was lying on the bed with a haggard face, immediately expressed his opposition. First of all, he did not have much confidence in his suturing skills. Second of all, he did not want his sister, who had always been clean and weak, to see his bloody chest and abdomen. Furthermore, he would have to touch it with his own hands. "Wanner, you leave as well," Fan Xian said in a hoarse voice. "Take your sister out." Wanner did not say anything. She only shook her head gently. Ruoro insisted. "My hands are the most stable." Hearing Miss Fan speak so confidently, everyone, including the head of the third bureau, was surprised. Fan Xian looked at her. He saw that the girl's usually calm eyes were gradually filled with confidence. His heart skipped a beat. No one knew what he was thinking, but a faint smile appeared on his pale face. "It will be very disgusting later, and you are my family. Logically speaking, I should not choose you. But since you insist, then you can stay." After saying so much, he felt a little tired. Before he could say anything, Wanner, who was next to him, shook her head again. She still did not say anything. There was a moment of silence. The candlelight shone on Fan Xian's face. He forced a smile and said, "Then what are you all waiting for? It is only a small operation." The boxes that the third bureau had brought were indeed made according to Fan Xian's suggestion. But the real originator was Fei Jia. And where did Fei Jia learn to do this? Aside from Fan Xian, no one else knew. But now he was going to be the chief medical officer for his own operation. As he spoke, everyone in Guangxin Palace began to get busy. The palace was luxurious, and there were plenty of candles. They thought of a way to focus the candlelight on the bed, illuminating Fan Xian's exposed chest. The eunuchs hurriedly boiled water and equipment, so that everyone in the palace could wash their hands. Ruoro, on the other hand, carefully listened to her brother as he explained the procedures. The head of the third bureau was, without a doubt, the best anesthesiologist available. The eunuchs became nimble nurses. On the other hand, the imperial physicians who stood at the side in a daze as they watched the crowd bustle about, but did not know what they were doing, seemed to have turned into third-year medical students who were spectating surgeries in that world. Anyway, it's not a gynecological examination. As Fan Xian thought of this, he gave up on the idea of chasing the royal doctors out. As for sterilization and disinfection, forget it, the palace did not have the means to do so. The crisp sound of metal hitting metal echoed in the quiet Guangxin Palace. Fan Ruoro nodded her head nervously, indicating that her brother was ready. Lin Wanner turned her head to look at her sister-in-law worriedly. She then took a white cotton towel and wiped the sweat from Fan Xian's forehead. Fan Xian smiled with difficulty. "Madam, you should wipe the sweat off the doctor's forehead." The head of the third bureau unreasonably prepared to feed him the medicine. Unexpectedly, Fan Xian smelled the aroma and closed his lips tightly, indicating that he would not eat it. "Strychnine is too strong," he said. "You will faint." The head of the third bureau asked gloomily, "What if you don't faint? What if I bounce up in pain later?" Although Fan Xian was not as brave as Guangong, he was the only one who was good at this. Of course, he could not allow himself to pass out and leave his life in the hands of his sister. With difficulty he said, "Use chloroform, but only a little." Only then did the head of the third bureau realize that he had forgotten about the medicine. It was he who had recommended it to Fan Xian in the spring. But Fan Xian had used it on his travels north and south. The third bureau rarely used it. He went back to the corner of the room and rummaged for a while, finding a small brown bottle. He happily walked back and put the bottle under Fan Xian's nose. A slightly sweet smell immediately seeped into Fan Xian's nose. After a while the medicine began to take effect. Although his vision did not blur, the scene in front of Fan Xian began to look strange. It was as if he could see two pictures at the same time. One was his sister holding a sharp plier-like instrument and looking at him worriedly. The other was many years ago, in a magical place called a hospital, where a familiar and beautiful nurse was talking to him. His state of mind was much firmer than that of the average person. He immediately knew that he was beginning to experience temporary hallucinations. The real and imaginary scenes were beginning to intertwine. He did not have much time left. Start quickly. He slightly narrowed his eyes. If Ruoro cannot hold on, I will immediately take over. He was very brave. It was as if he was using his own life to protect Ruoro's confidence. But under the effects of chloroform, his mind always easily drifted away from the operation room in the palace, and he forgot that the patient being operated on was him. Fan Xian had used chloroform against Xiaowen, against Yin Bingyun, against the second prince. Today, he was finally getting his comeuppance. He turned his head to look at Wanner's snow-white cheeks. Her eyes, after being slightly swollen, appeared particularly poignant and beautiful. Then he looked at his sister, who was very carefully working on his chest. He suddenly smiled foolishly. He thought to himself, if in the future, he let his wife and sister wear pink nurse uniforms at home, even though he could only look at them, how beautiful would that be? When people are confused, their true nature gradually emerges. The people outside of Guangxin Palace were still anxiously waiting. They all knew that Fan Xian had already woken up and was valiantly treating his serious injuries according to their own arrangements. Although the people of the kingdom of Qing were long used to the surprises Fan Xian brought, such as the 3,000 poems, the spring examination, the first bureau, and the tender tofu, they all thought that he was seriously injured, and yet he wanted to treat himself. They didn't know if he could pull himself back from the line between life and death. The emperor, who had been resting in the royal study, seemed particularly nervous about this young official. He actually sat in the imperial carriage and returned to Guangxin Palace. He looked at the quiet people in front of the palace and heard the faint sounds of voices and metal clashing. He couldn't help but frown. He thought of many years ago, on the difficult battlefield in the north. He seemed to have seen something similar. How is it? King Jing bowed to the emperor and said worriedly, the royal doctors can't help. Those guys from the third bureau. The antidote should be no problem, but the knife wound is a bit too deep. The emperor smiled slightly and said, with the treasure she left behind, it shouldn't be too much of a problem. King Jing was startled and didn't reply. He stood behind the emperor, and a glimmer of anger and sorrow appeared in his lowered eyes, then disappeared in a flash. After an indeterminable amount of time, the door to Guangxin Palace was finally pushed open. Iguipin didn't care about her identity as a mistress. She pulled the third prince over and anxiously asked, how is it? What answered her was the sound of a very rude vomiting. The person who came out was a young eunuch. He had been in charge of delivering the instruments in the palace earlier. Now that he was the first to leave the palace, he naturally became the focus of everyone's attention. But hearing Iguipin's question, he couldn't answer at all. His face was deathly pale, as if he had been provoked by something. He held onto a pillar and kept vomiting. Eunuch Yao scolded, you little bastard, vomit. Before he could finish, another pale-faced young royal doctor came out of the palace. He squatted down and vomited along with the young eunuch. The world was peaceful, and the young eunuch had grown up in the palace. He had seen caning before, but he had never seen such a gloomy scene in the palace. What were those red, green, and white things? Could it be that the stomach of a person was filled with those horrible bloody balls of meat? Miss Fan was amazing. She could even touch it with her hands. And the young royal doctor, who had practiced medicine for many years, only knew how to look, listen, question, and feel the pulse. The most disgusting thing he could do was look at the coating of the tongue and the vagina of the Eastern Palace. Tonight was the first time he had seen someone use needles to sew skin and scissors to cut flesh. That was human flesh and human skin. After a while, the imperial physicians who were students of the medical college that night quietly retreated out of Guangxin Palace. However, the expressions on everyone's faces did not look too good. Although most of them could still maintain their composure on the surface, deep down in their hearts, they had suffered quite a bit of shock. The emperor looked at their faces and knew that Fan Xian should be fine. But he still asked, how was it? The royal doctor, who had been slapped by King Jing, had been unable to suppress his curiosity and had secretly gone to watch. Hearing the emperor's question, His face was a mixture of green and red. He said with great shock, "Your Majesty, it is truly marvelous." Hearing this, King Jing couldn't help but scold him. "I'm asking you, Fan Xian, not for you to sigh here." The royal doctor stood up straight and continued to sigh. His beard trembled. "Your Majesty, Your Highness, I have been a doctor for decades and have heard of this marvelous acupuncture technique. I did not expect to see it today. Your Majesty, please do not worry. Young Master Fan's internal organs have healed, and he will be fine. It is just that he has lost too much blood and is not yet awake." He didn't dare say that after young Master Fan's operation was over, he finally couldn't withstand the effects of the chloroform and began to talk nonsense on the operating table. It was an absurd matter involving a noble family, and it was absurd beyond belief. He didn't dare to report this matter to the emperor. Fortunately, at the operating table, other than himself, the #1 student, there were only the 2 women closest to young Master Fan, so he should be fine. The people who remained outside Guangxin Palace were all people who sincerely hoped that Fan Xian would be able to survive. Hearing the royal doctor's powerful assurance, they all let out a collective sigh of relief. The great prince showed a smile of relief and bowed to the emperor. He did not wait outside Guangxin Palace any longer and went straight back to his manor. He didn't want people to think that he was expressing goodwill to Fan Xian, and he didn't want people to think that he was trying to figure out the emperor's intentions. He just didn't want Fan Xian to die. Hearing that he was safe, he left in a carefree manner. The emperor waved his hand and signaled for Yi Guipin to lead the exhausted 3rd prince back to the palace first. He then started to walk into Guangxin Palace to have a look. King Jing followed behind him. Unexpectedly, the royal doctor stopped in front of the 2 nobles and smiled bitterly. Before young Master Fan fainted, he said that it would be best if no one went in case. He furrowed his brows and thought for a while. Finally, he thought of a new word. Infection? Fan Xian's words were actually just a request for some peace and quiet. The emperor and King Jing paused for a moment and then agreed. Unexpectedly, they looked at the royal doctor with a fanatical expression. "Your Majesty, I think that young Master Fan's medical skills are excellent, and that he should take up a position in the Imperial Academy of Medicine. He can treat the nobles in the palace, and he can teach students to benefit the people of the Qing Kingdom. As they say, his fame will last for 1,000 years. This was a very good request, and there was no selfishness in it. But the situation was tense, and the emperor couldn't help but get angry before King Jing could. He yelled angrily, "He hasn't woken up yet, and you're taking him for what? Fan Xian is so talented. How could he be restricted to such matters?" King Jing wasn't angry. He chuckled and muttered, "Being a doctor is better than being a patient." The officials of the 3rd Bureau finally retreated and bowed respectfully to the emperor. After receiving a few words of encouragement from the emperor, they left the palace, somewhat exhausted. In Guangxin Palace, aside from the eunuchs and serving girls, there were only Fan Xian, Wan-er and Ruoro. Lin Wan-er looked at Fan Xian with a pained expression, and then at her sister-in-law, whose face was pale. She gently wiped the sweat from her brow. This was what Fan Xian had said earlier. Fan Ruoro's hand, which had been steady until now, finally began to tremble. She knew that under her brother's command, she had accomplished something incredible. Her brother's life should be saved. Her mind relaxed for no reason, and her legs gave way. She almost fell to the ground. Lin Wan-er held her up and laughed at herself. She still didn't say anything. The meaning behind her smile was clear. The chicken leg girl felt that everyone around her could help Fan Xian in some way, and only she could forever be a bystander, unable to do anything. Sister-in-law. Fan Ruoro finally noticed Lin Wan-er's unusual silence. She asked with concern, "Are you all right?" Lin Wan-er had been stared at by her sister-in-law for a long time, and there was nothing she could do. She smiled and said, "I'm fine." The word fine was a little unclear. Fan Ruoro looked closely and saw that there was a faint trace of blood at the corner of her sister-in-law's mouth. She couldn't help but jump in fright and was about to call for the royal doctor. Lin Wan-er hurriedly covered her mouth for fear of waking Fan Xian, who was intoxicated by the chloroform. She stuttered a little as she explained. Nothing. I just bit my tongue. Fan Ruoro was a little surprised and immediately understood what was going on. She couldn't help but feel warmth in her heart. She felt a little more love and respect for this young sister-in-law. Earlier, when she was feeding Fan Xian the medicine, Wen-er was so anxious that she only cared about chewing the pill. In her panic, she bit her own tongue. But she was worried about Fan Xian's safety, and so she endured it until now. The white curtains in Guangxin Palace had long been removed. Now the moon pierced through the evening clouds and shone down upon the world. It was a little similar to the white curtains in the palace. The people outside the palace gradually dispersed, leaving behind only enough guards and eunuchs to deliver messages. The serving girls and eunuchs inside the palace rested their heads on their chairs, ready at any moment to see if there were any changes to Sir Fan Jr.'s injury. Another serving girl on night duty quietly removed the extra palace candles. The sister-in-law and sister-in-law sat quietly on the chairs, looking at Fan Xian sleeping peacefully in the dim candlelight. A smile of relief appeared on their faces at the same time. Outside the palace walls, Wu Zhu, dressed in coarse clothing, coldly looked in a certain direction in the palace. After confirming that someone was safe, he quietly slipped into the dark forest. After a few days, still in the royal palace, in the depths of the usually quiet but heavily guarded plum garden, the most famous patient in Jingdo was lying on a soft couch and sighing emotionally. When can I go home? Fan Xian covered himself with a thin blanket and lay on the soft bed. He looked at the little Chu Mei, who had been born early to show her filial piety. His expression was a little annoyed. The resources in the palace were naturally very abundant. All kinds of expensive medicines were carefully regulated by the Imperial Academy of Medicine. They were constantly poured into his stomach, and it was difficult for him not to recover quickly. The palace eunuchs and palace maids were also much better at serving people than Fan Manor. Even the scenery in the plum garden was much better than the back garden of Fan Manor. In addition, his wife and sister had received a special edict to be by his side every day. With the autumn sun shining on him, the quilt covering him, and the little beauty accompanying him, it seemed to be no different from his life at home, except that there was no swing. But he still wanted to go back to Fan Manor, because he always felt that was his true home in the capital. After the first surgery in the Qing Kingdom's palace, with the foundation of his body built up over nearly 20 years of hard work, he recovered quickly. His chest and abdomen were still not completely healed, but at least he could lie down and look at the scenery. But the zhenqi in his body had not improved in the slightest. He felt a slight chill and fear in his heart. Ruoro blew on the porridge in her bowl and used a spoon to feed him a mouthful. On the other side, Lin Wanner put her hand into his robe and carefully adjusted the position of the bag inside the 2 layers of cloth. This was Fan Xian's request, using the cloth to bind the wound, and with the weight of the bag, it would be very beneficial to the healing of the wound. Fan Xian swallowed the porridge with some difficulty and complained, I eat porridge every day, and my mouth is so bland. I want to go home. I don't want to eat the food from Baoyu brothel, but I want to drink some of Lady Lu's berries. That would be better than this. Lin Wanner said, You've only just woken up 2 days ago, and you talk a lot more. Since the emperor has allowed you to recover in the palace, what are you afraid of? But, what do you mean by bland mouth is bland? Fan Ruoro did not understand and asked, What bird? Fan Xian's expression did not change, and he changed the subject, saying, I'm not afraid of gossip. I just miss home. Now that he was in the palace, he could not contact the Qinian unit. The emperor had ordered him not to worry about anything, so Wanner and Ruoro did not leave the palace. The other eunuchs and serving girls did not say anything. It had already been a few days since the assassination in the floating temple, and he did not know anything about it. He could not ask the old cripple about the shadow, and that made him very uncomfortable. Today, I have to go to the hospital to settle my account, so I can only write this much. Chapter 310. The plum garden was behind Guangxin Palace. The environment was quiet and secluded. Passing through the sky platform, They arrived at the wind-singing pavilion, which was where Sir Fan Jr. was recovering from his injuries. Although it was the emperor who had specially ordered him to stay in the palace to recover, and everyone in the palace knew how much Sir Fan Jr. had done for the royal family, it did not feel appropriate for a male official to stay in the palace for a long time. Fan Xian knew this, so he just stayed in the plum garden. As for the people from the other palaces who came to visit, he always used the excuse that he was not feeling well. At this time, a cheerful and somewhat naive noblewoman came up to the wind-singing pavilion with familiarity. She held a child in her hand, and a few serving girls followed behind her. Fan Xian was slightly surprised. Realizing it was Yi Pin, he didn't say anything. Ever since he had woken up, Yi Pin had brought the third prince here every day to sit. First, they were relatives. Second, he had saved the third prince's life in the hanging temple. She had used this as an excuse, so it was not good for him to stop her. Third, Fan Xian knew that this lady's intentions were sincere. "Auntie, didn't you say you didn't need to come? Why did you bring something today?" he said with a smile. According to etiquette, he had to call her lady. Last year, when he first entered the palace, Yi Pin liked Fan Xian to call her auntie. She liked this kind of intimate form of address, so Fan Xian didn't insist. Today, the serving girls behind Yi Pin were carrying a few food boxes. He didn't know what was inside. Soup made from cordyceps. Yi Pin bowed to the two girls at his side and pulled a chair over, without any regard for herself. She sat down beside Fan Xian and said, "It's not from the palace. Your family cooked it and had me send it over." Fan Xian made an "oh" sound and looked at the serving girls who were busy pouring the soup. Among them, there was one with familiar features. He smiled and said, "Xing'er has also come." Xing'er was the little serving girl who had taken him to various palaces to visit when he first entered the palace. She had not expected that Sir Fan Jr. would still remember her. Involuntarily, she blushed slightly and made a sound as small as a mosquito. This caused everyone to laugh. Yi Pin jokingly scolded, "You're injured to this extent and you still don't forget." Suddenly, she felt that she could not continue speaking, and so she smiled sweetly and stopped. She was not very old, and she had a natural, simple, and beautiful temperament, so it was easy for her to get close to people. She turned her head and said a few words to Wanner, and then talked to Ruoro about family matters. She told them to be at ease in the palace, and that there would be no problems with Fan Manor. The third prince, who was sitting beside her, appeared to be much more obedient than usual. He did not have the violent and arrogant attitude he had in the Baiwa brothel. He lowered his head with a bitter expression and did not say a word. He only occasionally raised his head and sneaked a glance at the patient on the bed. What happened in the floating temple had already made him let go of the anger he felt toward Fan Xian in the Baoyu house. After all, at that time, aside from his big cousin, no one else cared about his life or death, including his two brothers. They only cared about saving their father. At that time, if Fan Xian had not been there, he feared that his little life would have been cut short by the hands of that 9th-level assassin. No matter how precocious an 8-year-old child was, in the end, he was only at an age where he could judge who was close to him based purely on his likes and dislikes. The third prince looked at Fan Xian's pale face and thought of Fan Xian blocking in front of him at the hanging temple. Fan Xian's incomparably confident and heroic manner made him feel an indescribable sense of respect in his heart. Wanner glanced at the third prince and asked with surprise, "Third prince, why are you so quiet today?" The third prince laughed and said, "Sister Chen, it's nothing." Wanner became even more awkward and smiled. "It's as if you've changed into a different person." Yi Pin glanced at her son with heartache and said, "If it wasn't for Fan Xian, I'm afraid this kid wouldn't even have his life. After such a big fright, it's best if he behaved himself." Fan Xian lay on the bed and couldn't turn his head. He could only watch these women and children talk out of the corner of his eye. With Xing'er serving him, he slowly drank a bowl of soup made from cordyceps. When Xing'er took back the bowl, she quickly squeezed the palm of his hand. Her fingertips were incomparably soft and smooth. Fan Xian was slightly startled. He knew that this little serving girl would certainly not tease him at this time. He understood that Iguipin must have something to say to him in private. He paused and then said, "Wanner, take the third prince to walk around the garden. Sister, you should come as well." The sister-in-law and sister-in-law looked at each other and knew that he had something to say to Iguipin. They slowly rose and pulled the reluctant third prince into the depths of the garden. On the way, they also took the eunuchs and serving girls who served at the side. At this time, only Fan Xian and Iguipin were left in the wind-singing pavilion. However, it was not convenient for a young official to be alone with a young lady, so Xing conscientiously stayed behind. Fan Xian turned his head with some difficulty and glanced at Xing. Iguipin understood and smiled slightly. She's a little girl from home. She's not afraid. Auntie, Fan Xian forced a smile. What is it now that you need to be so careful? I've been heavily injured and just woke up 2 days ago. Iguipin waved her handkerchief and smiled. If I don't come to find you, don't you want to find me? There was not a hint of warmth in her words, but she knew that Fan Xian wanted to know what was going on outside the palace. The assassination attempt in the floating temple was very strange. Not only were the masters in the palace anxious, but the officials outside the palace were also very uneasy. Even the common people in the capital were talking about it, and they felt that it was very strange. At the dining tables and in the wine shops, people were cursing the assassins and quietly guessing the assassins' true origins. They came up with hundreds of answers. Iguipin knew that the emperor wanted Fan Xian to heal in peace, so he had cut off all his sources of information. It just so happened that she could help him obtain some. Aren't you afraid the emperor will blame you? Fan Xian looked at her with a not quite there smile. It's already this time of year. Iguipin's words were very direct. She chuckled. Other than you, I have no one else to rely on. Fan Xian understood what she meant. There were a total of 4 ladies in the palace who had children. The empress didn't need to be mentioned, but the princes of Lady Ning and Lady Shu had all grown up. They had their own power, which was Iguipin in front of him. Although her family background was noble, and she had the Fan manor as a power outside the palace, the third prince was too young. After a moment of silence, he recounted the scene in the hanging temple. Although she had already heard it from her son's mouth, Iguipin was still very worried. Her hands gripped her handkerchief tightly. It was as if she was worried that the assassin hidden among the guards would kill her son with one blow. After listening to it, she said in a hateful voice, "How could there be an assassin hiding among the guards? I've thoroughly investigated all 3 generations of the guards in the palace. It shouldn't be targeted at the old." Fan Xian smiled. "Can I call him the third prince? You're the older brother. Of course you can call him that. It's not targeted at the third prince." Fan Xian quietly explained. Perhaps the assassin will kill the third prince, but the emperor is still his true goal. Aunt, don't worry. Although the crown prince is a bit worried about the power of the family, and my relationship with the second prince is not very good, the third prince is still too young. He shouldn't be the first target. To say these words in the palace was indeed a bit bold. Although there was no one around the wind-singing pavilion eavesdropping, Iguipin's expression still changed. She smiled unnaturally. What she was most worried about was whether there were people in the palace who had ill intentions toward her son. Hearing Fan Xian's explanation, she relaxed a great deal. She then began to tell the Fan manor in a quiet voice about the situation of the investigation outside the palace. Fan Xian didn't know the progress of the investigation. Because of her paternal family, she had many spies outside the palace. What she found was pretty much the truth. Gong Dian has already been captured. Fan Xian made a light sound of acknowledgement and did not reveal the shock in the depths of his heart. Iguipin used the word captured. It meant that the court had already decided on this matter. However, it was not strange. As the commander of the imperial army and the head of the guards, when the assassination happened in the hanging temple, he was not at the emperor's side. Just this reason alone was enough to trample Commander Gong to the ground. In addition, countless feet would step on him and make it so that he would never be able to rise again. What Fan Xian was more interested and was what this extremely muddle-headed commander was doing at the time. He was in Luozhou, 40 li to the south of the capital. Using his own words, he went to do something by imperial edict. As Yi Guipin spoke, she revealed a confused expression. Even if Gong Dian wanted to absolve himself of a crime, he could not say by imperial edict. Once these words reached the emperor, it would immediately be seen through. As for what he went to do, the Overwatch Council interrogated him for 2 days, and still did not explain clearly. Fan Xian involuntarily sucked in a cold breath and sighed. I always knew Gong Dian was an honest person, but I did not expect him to be so stupid. Fan Xian shook his head and sighed. Since it was not the emperor's edict for him to go to Luozhou to do something, then it must be that person. However, the problem is that an assassination had occurred. How could he bring that person out as a reinforcement? Even if he brought it out, the emperor would not admit it. I'm afraid he would die even faster. Yi Guipin still could not get used to Fan Xian's straightforward and bold words. She smiled bitterly and said, "These things, let's not worry about them." Yes, we have no right to care. Fan Xian sighed. The Yi family is going to be in big trouble this time. Has the identity of the assassin been investigated? The first assassin to act was the 9th-level ace who died. A glimmer of lingering fear flashed through Yi Guipin's eyes. I heard it was an assassin from the manor of the left virtuous prince of Shihu. He has already infiltrated Qing Kingdom for 14 years. How did he get involved with Shihu? Fan Xian asked with surprise. How could a Hu person work in the palace for so long without being discovered? This Hu person has a powerful background. Yi Guipin thought for a moment, organized her words, and explained. Only now did Fan Xian know that the Hu assassin who died at the hands of Eunuch Hong was the descendant of the fake princess, sent over when the Qing Kingdom was founded. Although many years had passed, she still retained the appearance of a Qing person. In reality, this marriage was very famous. When Shihu was at its worst, the other party had wanted to plead for peace and submit. They had sent a group of descendants from that marriage group back to Jingdo. However, the Qing people firmly refused their submission. That group later miserably returned to Shihu. No one expected that they would leave an ace in Jingdo and choose this time to explode. How did he sneak into the palace to become a guard? Who did the procedures? The person who did it died a long time ago. Yi Guipin furrowed her brows. So it has become an unsolved case. Fan Xian raised a finger in his heart. He had finally touched upon a three-dimensional aspect of this matter. The eunuch is still alive. Given the methods of the Overwatch Council, they should be able to find out, he said in a low voice. Yi Guipin nodded. They have investigated very clearly. The eunuch is the descendant of a nobleman who died in that storm in Jingdo 15 years ago. Back then, too many people died in Jingdo, so a servant from the nobleman's manor carried him and escaped. At the time, he had just been born, so he was not recorded in the register. The servant must have committed suicide. And then the baby was adopted by a farmer in the suburbs of Jingdo. Later, he entered the palace from the palace. How did the dagger get hidden there? Fan Xian thought that this was the real problem. The eunuch should not have been able to create this kind of arrangement. Yi Guipin's next words overturned Fan Xian's thoughts. 3 years ago, the eunuch was responsible for cleaning the top floor of the Hanging Temple before the chrysanthemum viewing party. It was at that time that he hid the dagger. The Overwatch Council has already found the owner of the dagger and confirmed the time. Fan Xian furrowed his brows. Since the eunuch was a remnant of that bloody night 15 years ago, he knew that bloody night. It was done by the Emperor, Chun Pingping, and his father to avenge his mother. At that time, the largest nobles in the Qing Kingdom were all uprooted. Who knew how many people died in Jingdo? Even the Empress's family was cut down until not a single leaf was left, leaving her alone to guard the palace. Who knew what this eunuch's background represented? Shihu noblemen. These people had the motive and courage to assassinate the emperor, but how did they get together? Did the Yi family have any reaction? Fan Xian asked seriously. What kind of reaction could there be? Yi Guipin smiled and shook her head. Yi Zhong submitted 8 memorials asking for forgiveness. He did not dare return to Dingzhou and stayed in his manor. Even the guards in his manor, were handed over to the Jingdo government to manage. He was careful and cautious. Let's see how the emperor handles this. The emperor? Fan Xian also smiled. Let's see if Yi Luyan returns to Jingdo. The two of them were about to say something when they suddenly heard faint voices coming from the corner of the plum garden. They fell silent and began to talk about other things. First, Fan Xian expressed his apologies to Duke Yi's manor for what had happened to the Baoyu brothel. Yi Guipin, on behalf of the House of Duke, thanked Fan Xian for his bravery in disciplining the children. He had prevented the future of the House of Duke from slipping into an unpredictable abyss. The host and guest chatted happily, and then said their goodbyes. What did they say? Wanner watched Yi Guipin lead the third prince out of the garden. She curiously asked, "This lady has always been happy in the palace. Why does she look so nervous today?" Fan Xian smiled and said, "The child has grown up. As a mother, how can I still be like before? When we have children in the future, you'll understand." Lin Wanner's expression became awkward. She then remembered that her stomach had not moved. However, her husband was injured, so she couldn't say much. She could only force a smile and change the topic. "How is it outside? Has it turned the world upside down?" Fan Xian quietly told them the news Yi Guipin brought. He glanced at the eunuchs and serving girls not far away and said, "The wind is a bit cold. Let's go back to the room." They knew some things were not convenient to say in front of the palace servants. Wano and Roro nodded and ordered the eunuchs to come and lift the bed. After returning to the room, Fan Xian lay down on the large bed. He opened his eyes and looked at the top of the bed. No one knew what he was thinking. A moment later, he finally said, "What do you think will happen to the Yi family this time?" There was no one in the room, so he had nothing to fear. He directly said, "Gong Dian must have received an edict to go to Luozhou. And it was definitely not an edict from the emperor. Otherwise, if Gong Dian cried out, even the emperor would not be able to resolve the situation." He felt a chill in his heart. Although this move is a bit absurd, it is very effective. The Empress Dowager secretly ordered Gong Dian to go to Luozhou. As the commander of the royal guards, of course he had to go. But there was an assassin in the floating temple. If during the trial, Gong Dian still insisted that the Empress Dowager secretly ordered him to leave the capital, then it would be the same as announcing to the world that the Empress Dowager wanted to kill the emperor. If Gong Dian does not want his entire family to be wiped out, then he will have to keep his words to himself. That would be a big loss. Lin Wanner and Ruoro were both smart people. Of course, they did not think that the Empress Dowager had arranged for the floating temple incident. Wanner looked worried. "You are saying that Gong Dian going to Luozhou was arranged by grandmother and the emperor?" Fan Xian grunted. Ruoro furrowed her brows. "Why would they do that?" Fan Xian laughed coldly. "Gong Dian is the commander of the royal guards, and he is Yi Zhong's disciple. This time he is unlucky. The Yi family will follow suit." Wana was worried about her good friend Yi Linger. She sighed. "The Yi family has always been loyal. Why would the emperor?" She did not finish her sentence, but everyone understood. Fan Xian sighed and said, "If the emperor did not doubt the Yi family's loyalty, of course, he would not choose to do this. But now that he has doubts, he can only choose to have the Yi family stand to the side. At least, the important area of Jingdo cannot be guarded by the two brothers. The most important thing is that the Yi family has the only great-grandmaster in Qing Kingdom on the surface. As long as Yi Luyan does not die, he will not be able to touch the Yi family. That is why he used such a sinister move. It is a move that will lose the dignity of the royal family." Fan Xian sighed. Are they not afraid of disappointing the hearts of the officials? Why would the emperor suspect the Yi family? It is simple, Fan Xian explained. The emperor arranged the marriage between the second prince and Yi Ling. If Yi Zhong had seen clearly enough, he should have rejected the marriage at the time. Even if he approved of this marriage, he should have immediately asked to resign from his position as commander of the Jingdo garrison. Not to mention retirement. Even if he was transferred to the border defenses, it would have made the emperor feel more at ease. And he did neither of these things, so. Lin Wanner and Ruoro nodded sadly. Ruoro couldn't help but say, "There are so many twists and turns in this. When I was in northern Qi, I guessed that this day would come," Fan Xian said. "I just did not think the emperor would use such a petty method." Wanner suddenly said, "It looks like the assassination in the Hanging Temple was something the emperor expected?" Fan Xian looked at her and nodded. "I just don't know if everything is in the calculations, or if His Majesty had only planned one of them." Lin Wana looked back into his eyes and slowly said, "The emperor does not like to take risks, so, at most, he will set a fire." The husband and wife looked at each other silently for a long time. It seemed that they were both afraid. If the fire in the Hanging Temple was arranged by the emperor, then who arranged the subsequent chain of attacks? Fan Xian slowly closed his eyes. In a quiet voice he said, "The assassin's plan is too clever. So clever that I don't believe this is a plan that one organization, or perhaps several organizations, could come up with. It was just a coincidence," he continued. He continued to say, "The assassins who were hiding in the palace suddenly realized that the situation in the floating temple was very suitable for them to suddenly explode. So without any discussion, and without any premeditated planning, a series of assassinations suddenly erupted. In the end, he said to himself, it is clear that this is a trap. It is a trap that completely exceeded the emperor's expectations." In a gloomy building not far from the palace, Chen Pingping sat in his wheelchair and didn't say a word. The 7 heads below him were also silent. They didn't know what to say. The emperor was assassinated. Other than the imperial army, who had to bear the greatest responsibility, the Overwatch Council also had to bear the consequences. If the commissioner, who was lying in the palace, had not saved the situation, perhaps the Overwatch Council would have been like the Yi family, waiting for the palace to need them. Yan Bingyun, who had officially become the head of the 4th Bureau, coldly opened his mouth and broke the silence in the secret room. The assassin buried among the guards in Shi Lake, the eunuch who survived the bloody night 15 years ago, and the brother of the legendary Siga sword. It is impossible for these people to come together to plan such a situation. Furthermore, we still haven't found out who set the fire. According to news from various places, the Brocade Guard of Northern Qi is currently in chaos. They have no time to plan this. Dongyi has also shown no signs of planning this. The acting head of the 6th Bureau also coldly opened his mouth. Furthermore, Siga Jian has a younger brother. This is only a matter of legend. No one knows if this person truly exists. The 2nd Bureau of the Overwatch Council was responsible for gathering and analyzing intelligence reports. The leader wore an expression of apology and said shamefully, "There is no intelligence at all. Although it is my dereliction of duty, I thought that in order to plan such a killing trap, the flow of intelligence was essential. We would have caught some clues, but there is not a single one. I can only think that the parties involved in the assassination did not have any real contact. I would even boldly say that the assassins did not know each other." Sitting in his wheelchair, Chen Pingping slowly opened his eyes and looked at his subordinates with a somewhat muddy gaze. He thought to himself, the emperor ordered people to set the fire. Of course, they could not be caught. As for the assassin from Shihu and the daring eunuch, who knows where he came from? The emperor and I are not real gods. This is a plot of immortals. The old man yawned. It was just a coincidence. There is not so much to think about. I am not in a good mood. The post in the book review section that was suitable for pregnant women has disappeared. I don't know if I made a mistake or something. I have been looking for it for a long time, and have not been able to find it. Chapter 311. Please throw away the notes on the Overwatch Council's regulations, and turn to the last page of the Overwatch Council's Internal Reference Material, Volume 5. The 5th volume was a summary of the cases of the Overwatch Council over the years. It copied the analysis and summaries of the various representative cases of the last few decades. Aimed at the various cases, it explained in detail the origins of the planning, the brewing process, the influence of the variables, and the final result. There were many cases in the 5th volume. With the help of the Overwatch Council's intelligence network, as well as the relevant evidence found in the cases, it was enough to explain most of the so-called conspiracies in the world. It was enough to find the true cause of the events, as well as the procedures in between, because in reality, humans were far less imaginative than they thought they were. But there was also a type of case where people could only dig up one or two sides of the story, and could not explain everything. That was the 3 words written on the last page of Volume 5, 3 words that Fan Xian and Chen Pingping were very familiar with. A fairy trap. A fairy trap referred to a situation in which there were variables that could not be determined by common sense, resulting in a situation that even the gods could not predict. For example, when Chen Pingping led the Black Knights in a 1,000-mile assault deep into the Northern Wei Kingdom, they captured Xiao En, who had secretly returned to his hometown to attend his son's wedding. The Overwatch Council had already calculated all the details, and had even calculated that they would have to pay a heavy price. But at the wedding, Xiao En did not actually drink the fine wine that Fei Jia had meticulously prepared. The Northern Wei spy chief controlled his food and drink, and everything else around him, with a calm, almost callous degree. But just when the people of Qing thought that this conspiracy could not proceed as planned, the story took an unimaginable turn. Xiao En heard the noise coming from the bridal chamber, and began to feel depressed. He began to drink to drown his sorrows. Coincidentally, the captain of the bodyguards responsible for guarding the leather pouch for him had not been able to resist his craving for wine during the journey, and had already finished it. So when Xiao En asked for wine, this irresponsible captain of the bodyguards lost his head in fear, and gulped down a pouch of wedding wine. And so Xiao En was poisoned, and so Chen Pingping and Fei Jia succeeded. And it was not until a long time later that Chen Pingping and the others learned that the reason Xiao En was so depressed was because his son was impotent. This kind of variable did not exist in the plan, but it had a great impact on the situation. For example, 20 years ago, a salt merchant in the south suddenly died after a birthday banquet. The Ministry of Justice had never been able to find the cause of the case, so they handed it over to the 4th Bureau of the Overwatch Council. Who would have guessed that there were 14 people suspected of the crime that night, including the concubines? It seemed that everyone wanted the rich merchant to die as soon as possible. Who was the real murderer? Another 3 years later, a poor old man was caught stealing sesame seed cakes and brought to the authorities. Perhaps he didn't want to live anymore, so he confessed that he was the one who killed the salt merchant 3 years ago. Hearing this, the people of the 4th Bureau of the Overwatch Council were both embarrassed and shocked. How could professionals like them let go of a real suspect? When they arrived at the scene of the crime, everyone suddenly realized what was going on and felt extremely embarrassed. The old man and the salt merchant were childhood neighbors, and they grew up together. Later, the old man went to live in Wuxia, and when he returned to settle down, he saw the salt merchant having a birthday banquet. For some unknown reason, he climbed into the courtyard, picked up a stone, and smashed the drunken salt merchant to death. The Overwatch Council had noticed the marks on the walls of the courtyard, but they never imagined that an old man who had returned to his hometown would take such a huge risk and climb into the courtyard to commit the crime without being discovered by the guards. At the time, Yin Ruohai had not yet become the head of the 4th Bureau. He asked the old man curiously, "After I investigated the case, Baozheng also asked you questions. Why were you not nervous at all?" The old man said, "What is there to be nervous about? If worst comes to worst, I'll just have to pay with my life." This was probably the first time Yin Ruohai had seen such a fearsome character, but he still found it strange. "Why did you kill him?" The old man confidently replied, "When I was young, he slapped me once." The assassination in the floating temple seemed to be a trap set up by a deity, because His Majesty had grown suspicious of the Yi family and was afraid that they had a great grandmaster in their family. His Majesty came up with such a shameless plan to frame them. On one hand, he used the name of the harem to transfer Gong Dian away, and on the other hand, he set a small fire in the floating temple. As for this fire, Fan Jian and Chen Pingping both knew about it. After the fire started, the top floor became a little chaotic. The assassin from Shihu saw this opportunity and finally made his move. He had been in the palace for more than 10 years, and he could not endure it any longer. This kind of life was hard to bear. 3 years passed, and another 3 years passed, and he did not know when it would end. At the time, Eunuch Hong was protecting the Empress Dowager, and his judgment of Fan Xian's power was slightly off. So when he saw the emperor only a few steps away from him, he made his move. The guards made their move, giving the white-clothed swordsman another opportunity. The white-clothed swordsman made his move. The young eunuch, who had been hiding for a long time, saw the emperor's back less than a foot away from him, and thought of the dagger hidden in the wooden pillar. He thought this was a chance given to him by the heavens. Faced with this kind of naked temptation, how could he, who had sworn to take revenge, cut off his wife and entered the palace, pass up this opportunity? The emperor's absurd act of arson began, and all the people hiding in the dark sensed that there were too many opportunities to take advantage of. Of course, the assassins were determined and brave. Although they had no contact with each other, they chose to attack one after the other. Helping each other was satisfying themselves. As long as they could kill the emperor of the kingdom of Qing, they did not care about their own lives, but they cherished this opportunity that had been created by a freak combination of factors. They came from all over the world, and for the same goal, they walked together with determination and tacit understanding. Late at night in Guangxin Palace, Fan Xian lay on the bed, looking at the gauze curtain on the bed. He could not fall asleep. He had been recovering in the palace these days after his injury, and he had slept a little too much during the day. The candlelight in the palace was a little dim. His eyes stared at the thin gauze curtain, as if he wanted to use Imu's ultimate skill to tear it apart and see the truth behind it. Wenner had already fallen asleep. She was far away from him on the big bed, afraid that if she moved at night, she would touch the wound on his chest. Fan Xian turned his head to look at her, and with some pity, used his gaze to stroke the long black hair that was exposed outside the pillow. The palace was very quiet. The eunuchs were all asleep, and the serving girls on night duty were resting on square stools. Fan Xian turned his gaze to the sky again, and began to talk to himself. His lips opened and closed slightly, but he did not make a single sound. He was asking himself, and at the same time, sorting out the ins and outs of this matter. The assassin from Shihu, the hidden eunuch, these are all people who have left behind evidence, so there shouldn't be any problems with the Overwatch Council's judgment. In the dark night, his lips opened and closed noiselessly, looking somewhat strange. But what about the shadow? Other than myself, probably no one knows that the white-clothed swordsman is the head of the 6th Bureau, the most powerful assassin in the Qing Kingdom, the Shadow, who has lived in the darkness for many years and has never been seen by anyone. His eyebrows twisted in a rather attractive manner. An immortal trap? I think this immortal must be a cripple. He laughed coldly at the empty bed. The emperor wants to arrange a trap to remove the Yi family's power in Jingdo and cut off the eldest princess's possible hand. Presumably even the emperor feels that I have pushed the second prince too hard, and he must know what I will do to Xinjiang after the new year. Thinking of this, Fan Xian couldn't help but suck in a cold breath. He didn't know if it was because of the pain from his wound, or because he was shocked by the emperor's despicable methods. He thought to himself, His Majesty is too despicable, too shameless. Then what do you want to do? He tried to guess Chen Pingping's true intentions. If I asked you face to face, I think you would just sit in your wheelchair and say, In Chen Garden, I told you that I would deal with the matter of the emperor's favor. The emperor's favor? After the unexpected turn of events, you still have the leisure to arrange for the shadow to carry out an assassination, and then let yourself be the hero? Is it really that simple? As the foremost assassin in the Qing Kingdom, it was not difficult to imagine the shadow being able to hide from Eunuch Hong's ears. But Fan Xian didn't want to believe that the shadow's actions were purely to set up a trap. He wanted him to save the emperor's life, and in doing so, receive the unshakable favor of the emperor. The movement was too big, and the result was not rich enough. It didn't match Chen Pingping's calculative personality, so he always felt that Chen Pingping was hiding something from him. And you're not afraid that I know it was the shadow? Fan Xian raised his eyebrows. But if you want to assassinate the emperor, that doesn't make sense. Putting aside the problem of a loyal dog suddenly becoming disloyal, given your power, if you wanted to assassinate, you would certainly create a more perfect environment. You want to test the princes on behalf of the emperor? F***ck, you old dog, aren't you being too nosy? And I don't think the emperor wants to be so frightened. After thinking about it, he was entangled in the situation, unable to extricate himself. He could only sigh and slowly fall asleep. But even in his dreams, he still believed that his mother's old comrade must have hidden the deepest and darkest thoughts in his heart, unwilling to give anyone the slightest opportunity to pry. There is no such thing as a true immortal trap in this world. Chen Pingping sat in his wheelchair and spoke quietly to the blindfolded man in the forest. You also know that the 5th volume mentioned the death of the salt merchant. The reason why the old man who stole the sesame seed cake was able to easily kill the salt merchant was because the servants and guards in the manor had long been bribed by the concubines. They were very happy to see someone help them do this. And the old man's action against the salt merchant was not as simple as the salt merchant slapping him in the face many years ago. The precise reason was that the salt merchant had stolen the old man's wife. The hatred of the wife's murder is always greater. And don't believe that Yin Ruohai won't be able to investigate this matter. In reality, you and I both know that he was blinded by the 50,000 liang banknotes that the salt merchant's concubines gave him. So, the old cripple concluded. There is no such thing as an immortal trap. Everything was arranged by someone. Even if there were variables that coincidentally appeared, they were all within my control. If I couldn't control them, the emperor would already be dead by now. Wu Zhu coldly said, there is no such thing as a complete immortal trap in this world. I admit that the existence of the Western Hu assassin and the little eunuch almost messed up my entire plan. But fortunately, it did not fundamentally affect the emperor's safety. From your tone, I can't tell that you are sufficiently loyal to the emperor. Chen Pingping smiled. I am loyal to the emperor, but for the emperor's true benefit, I don't mind the emperor being frightened a little. What is true benefit? A sufficiently mature successor? Perhaps it was only in front of an old acquaintance like Chen Pingping that Wu Zhu would speak as much as he did today. Planning, Chen Pingping said seriously. Chen Pingping said sternly, politics is a process of planning. If your majesty wants to drive the Yi family out, just a fire is far from enough. Do you think that if the emperor knew the truth of the matter, he would believe your explanation? Wu Zhu asked coldly. Chen Pingping shook his head. As long as it is beneficial to the emperor, whether or not I am believed is not important. Wu Zhu believed that he and Fei Jia were both such old perverts. In a quiet voice he said, your emperor almost died. Chen Pingping was very used to this treasonous form of address. It had been like this for many years. Wu Zhu would never address him as His Majesty, like ordinary people did. His heart was filled with reverence. The emperor will not die. The old man's words were very forceful. This is something that I absolutely believe. Don't forget, the emperor will never let anyone know of his final trump card. Whether he dies or not, I don't care. Wu Zhu suddenly tilted his head. I only care that he almost died. The two of them represented Wu Zhu's completely different attitudes. Chen Pingping laughed bitterly. Of course, he knew that Fan Xian's accidental injury would turn the old man into a terrifying killing machine. Even someone as sinister as him, when faced with the cold Wu Zhu, he still felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. So he tried to explain. Fan Xian was worried that the emperor would grow suspicious of him because of his rapid rise to power. So I arranged this matter to solve his doubts once and for all. Of course, I arranged the beginning of the story, but I didn't guess the end. He smiled slightly, as if he was very proud that he still remembered the lady's catchphrase. Although this has a lot to do with the shadow, he always wants to fight you, but you won't give him the chance. So, it's rare for him to have a chance to fight your personal disciple, and he is a bit reluctant to do so. Of course, if Fan Xian hadn't chased after you and suffered such heavy injuries, this matter would not have had much meaning. Wu Zhu suddenly said very abruptly, "You let the shadow come back. I gave him the chance to fight me." This cold joke almost made Chen Pingping choke. After coughing for a long time, he spread out his hands and said, "It was just an accident." Wu Zhu said straightforwardly, "If it was an accident, why did he already escape before I came?" Chen Pingping's wrinkled face was full of a bitter smile, and he coughed a lot before he calmed down. "This was my arrangement, because I was worried that you would be unhappy and let something happen to him. You should know that I only have one truly useful person by my side. If you killed him, how could these old bones of mine continue to live?" Wu Zhu said nothing. Only the black cloth fluttering in the night wind expressed his dissatisfaction. "After I die, the shadow will be loyal to him." Chen Pingping very seriously stated his reward. Wu Zhu slightly tilted his head, as if considering whether or not Fan Xian would accept this compensation. After thinking for a while, based on his judgment, a person as lustful as Fan Xian would certainly be interested in a 9th-level super-strong assassin. He was silent for a while, and then said, "You found me in the south, saying that there was something fun to show me in the capital. Is this the show?" Fan Xian always said that you were playing in the south, and I thought he was lying to me. "I didn't think you were really in the south," said Chen Pingping. "What a coincidence." Chen Pingping suddenly leaned forward. "I was going to let you watch the show, but I underestimated Fan Xian's power, and I underestimated Fan Jian's shamelessness. That old man knew that the fire was set by His Majesty, and so he rushed Fan Xian upstairs to save His Majesty." The old man laughed shrilly. "It's a pity that you didn't see it." Wu Zhu slowly raised his head. "You want to kill the Empress Dowager?" Chen Pingping shook his head. "After all, the Empress Dowager is Fan Xian's grandmother. Furthermore, although she watched from the side as the matter of the young lady happened, and did not lend a hand to Taiping Courtyard, she did not personally participate in this matter. Up until now, what I have found is not enough to explain anything." Wu Zhu shook his head. "In the future, if you find something, or if I find something, no matter what Fan Xian does, I will do it." Chen Pingping knew what kind of determination and strength the words, "I will do it," represented, but he still shook his head firmly. Old 5. Although you are the most terrifying person in the world, you still should not underestimate the true strength of a country, a palace. And since I am the director of the Overwatch Council, I must consider how the kingdom of Qing can be safely passed down. Don't forget, this is also the lady's last wish." He smiled. "So I will do these boring things. So what were you going to show me?" Chen Pingping suddenly sighed, and his voice sounded a little lonely. "Since this show has not yet begun, let's not talk about it now." Wu Zhu's reaction was not like that of an ordinary person's. It seemed that he had no interest in asking questions, and quickly turned around, ready to disappear into the darkness. "We haven't seen each other since you took the young master to Danzhou." Chen Pingping suddenly sighed behind him. "We haven't seen each other in 17 years, and you're leaving so soon?" Wu Zhu paused, and said 2 dry words. "Take care." Then he really did disappear into the darkness. Given Wu Zhu's power and temperament, for him to say "take care" was already a miraculous thing. At least, Chen Pingping felt a glimmer of warmth in his heart. The old servant of Chen Garden came over, and pushed his wheelchair into the room. Chen Pingping seemed to be thinking about something. Suddenly, he let out a sigh of satisfaction and said, "Tell me, to be able to successfully lure those 2 extremely patient guards and eunuchs into action, do I count as a very powerful person? But I have to thank that assassin from Shihu. If he had seen Fan Xian go upstairs, he would have continued to lie in ambush, and this would have been very boring." The old servant smiled bitterly. "The director's calculations are flawless." Chen Pingping sighed. "I was born to be busy, and I never forget to pull out the nails for His Majesty. How could I compare to His Majesty?" He stayed in the palace for a few more days, until the frost grew colder, and there were signs of snow falling in the sky. At Fan Xian's strong request, The Emperor of Qing finally allowed him to go home. After the rescue in the floating temple, anyone with eyes could see that Fan Xian had recovered from his injuries in the palace. The emperor was furious. From all these details, he found that Fan Xian had not only recovered to his original state, but it was even better than before. After all, he had used his own body to block a fatal sword. Even if it was an act of seeking favor, it was a favor that he had exchanged his life for. Not many people would be jealous of him. They were just jealous. On the day Fan Xian left the palace, all the palaces sent him generous gifts. Even the empress was no exception. The gifts from the second prince's mother, Lady Xu, were especially generous. Rumors spread through the palaces. Other than Ning Kai, who was generous, and Yi Guipin, who was close to the Fan family, no one dared to look down on this matter. Even the Empress Dowager had given Fan Xian the evil bead, which she had used for over a decade, so the concubines did not dare to be careless. Fan Xian was half lying in the carriage. Although the wound on his chest had not completely healed, he could at least turn over a little. He lifted a corner of the curtain and looked at the perfectly round pearl in his hand with the help of the sunlight. He narrowed his eyes and thought, could it be that the real grandmother has finally accepted my existence? Along the way, Lin Wan-er and Ruoro were the happiest. After staying in the palace for so many days, they were rather bored. Furthermore, Fan Xian's wounds were getting better each day, which made them feel much more at ease. The carriage arrived at the front gate of Fan Manor. Between the two stone lions, wooden boards had already been laid on the steps. The gate of Fan Manor opened wide, as if welcoming an imperial edict, and carefully ushered the carriage in. Normally, a carriage could not enter the manor directly from the front gate, but the young master was so injured that it had to be arranged properly. The carriage drove directly to the back of the manor, and Teng Zijing and a few others carefully lifted Fan Xian down. Cece carefully guarded him. She did not have the right to enter the palace, and had been worried sick at home. Fan Xian looked at her blushing cheeks and laughed a little. He turned his head and saw his father and Lady Lu. He saw the faint concern in his father's eyes, which was feigned calmness, and his heart warmed. He said quietly, "Father, I'm back. What the old cripple wants to do will be revealed in the 7th volume of Emperor of the Dynasty. The 6th volume is called Pleasure Before the Palace. Of course, after this, the old cripple will stay in the Qin garden to look at the beauties, and not come out for 10,000 years. The true reason for the assassination in the Hanging Temple will not affect Fan Xian's happy life in any way. Of course, this paragraph does not count. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author, and support the original reading. Chapter 312. The development of the matter did not exceed Fan Xian's expectations. The great grandmaster of the Qing kingdom, who traveled the world like a lone swan, still did not return to the capital. The Yi family quietly accepted the arrangement, and was forced to separate themselves from the entire defense system of the capital. Of course, in the middle and lower levels of the arrangements, they still had some power left, but they were unable to make too big of a splash. They had already lost the power to directly influence the future of the court. If this had happened and Yi Luyan had returned to the capital, the seemingly solemn and amiable emperor in the palace would have shown his most ruthless side. Even if it meant damaging the strength of the Qing kingdom, he would have eliminated the Yi family, a noble family that controlled the capital and was about to marry a prince. Most importantly, they had the support of a great grandmaster. If they had shown the slightest intention of rebelling, it would have been forcefully suppressed. In the end, Yi Luyan did not return to the capital. This meant that the Yi family had no choice but to accept the current situation. Of course, for Yi Luyan's sake, the emperor saw that the Yi family had never truly weakened their loyalty, and would not make things too difficult for the Yi family. Yi Zhong was still stationed in Sangzhou, and his title of nobility and military service had not been reduced. His rewards were even greater than before. Even the straightforward and somewhat cute Gong Dian had committed such a great crime. But the emperor did not punish him severely. He only took away all of his military service, gave him 30 strokes of the cane, and demoted him to a commoner. The Yi family felt wronged, but for the stability of the Qing kingdom, they could only make this sacrifice. Fortunately, they could use this opportunity to leave the capital, a place of trouble, and it was not necessarily a bad thing. In reality, the ones who were most disappointed were the eldest princess, who was far away in Xinjiang, and the second prince, who was currently under house arrest in his manor. How preposterous! Fan Xian looked at the council report that Mu Tai had sent him, and could not help but shake his head. After the Yi family temporarily retreated, the defense of the capital was something that everyone in the court was watching. The position of commander of the Jingdo garrison had fallen into Qin Heng's hands. And the most important position, the commander of the imperial army and the minister of the imperial bodyguards, which had always been held by one person, had been split in two by the emperor. The minister of the imperial bodyguards was temporarily vacant. According to the news from the palace, it should be Eunuch Hong who was temporarily in charge. And the commander of the imperial guards was actually the first prince. Fan Xian was referring to the emperor's appointment. In the history of this time and space, there had never been a precedent of a prince taking the post of commander of the imperial army. Why? It was precisely because he was afraid that those audacious princes would use their soldiers to rebel. However, the emperor had given the position of commander of the imperial army to the great prince. There was also a crown prince in the eastern palace. What was the emperor thinking? The first prince's birth mother, Lady Ning, was an eastern barbarian. Logically speaking, the throne should never have fallen to him. Mu Tai did not dare to respond. He reported to Fan Xian the recent work of the First Bureau. Seeing that the commissioner seemed to be tired, Mu Tai quickly excused himself. Teacher, take a break. In private, Shi Chanli was still used to calling Fan Xian teacher and not sir. He looked at Fan Xian's complexion, which was clearly lacking in qi and blood. His heart ached as he said, "The emperor has given a clear edict for you to not be involved in council affairs for 3 months. It is clear that he wants you to rest well, yet you refuse to listen." His teacher was very fond of him, and as a student, he felt a little proud of himself. Fan Xian shook his head and jokingly scolded him. "Why don't you stay at Baiwa brothel? Why do you come to my study every day?" Shi Chanli gave a wry smile and said, "That place, it feels wrong to stay there." Fan Xian laughed and chased him out. He also told him to call Deng Ziyu in. Deng Ziyu entered the study, and Fan Xian's face immediately became serious. He asked, "What is the council's conclusion about the white-clothed assassin?" Although he knew that it would be impossible for him to dig out the secret in Chen Pingping's heart, it would be a shame to give up the resources that the old cripple had in his hands, and not use them to make guesses. Deng Ziyu shook his head and said, "Although the emperor called out the assassin's identity in the Hanging Temple." He gave a wry smile and said, "Sir, you know that the emperor is not a martial artist. His words cannot be trusted. Siga Jian did have a younger brother, but he has been missing for many years. Everyone is guessing whether or not he was killed by Siga Jian when he took over Dongyi. So, the council has been very careful in expressing their opposition." Fan Xian was a little surprised. He was surprised that the Overwatch Council did not get rid of this tale under Chen Pingping's guidance. Or was it that Chen Pingping was confident that the Shadow's true identity could not be guessed, and so he did not do anything? But Deng Ziyu said the second, but with embarrassment on his face. "Since your majesty has said that he is Siga Jian's younger brother, as officials, it is not appropriate for us to directly object. Particularly, we do not know if your majesty's casual words will affect the movements of the court in the next few years." Fan Xian laughed. The Qing kingdom loved martial arts, and everyone knew that. Last year, when he was assassinated on Nilan Street, the emperor used this opportunity to send troops to the north and take back a large piece of land. Now, all of the officials were used to the emperor's habit of finding excuses to go to war, and they did not dare to try to be clever. As for the matter of the Hanging Temple, Fan Xian, should have personally gone to the Overwatch Council to interrogate the eunuch and look at the assassin's body. But he knew how muddy the waters were, and he was still thinking about whether or not he should get too involved. Another reason was that, in his current physical condition, none of his family, including his father, would allow him to leave the manor. He did not dare to leave. Young Master Fan, who valued his life as much as gold, had lost all of his jinshi. He did not know when he would be able to get it back. He was extremely disappointed, and he was especially careful about his own safety. Of course, Fan Xian would not reveal his true situation to anyone. The door to the study was pushed open with a creak. The guards outside did not respond. Fan Xian lay on the bed and turned his head to look. It was indeed Wan and his sister. Deng Ziyu saw the faint anger on the faces of his wife and daughter, and he knew it was time for him to leave. He bowed and respectfully retreated. Fan Xian wanted him to tell Bingyun to come to the manor, but he did not have the opportunity to do so. You said you would take care of yourself, but you just don't want to. The sister-in-law and sister-in-law worked together to change his dressing and feed him medicine. They also tried to persuade him. Fan Xian gave a wry smile and said, "Maybe it's because I didn't think of a good name. I can't stay idle." Not only could he not stay idle, ever since Fan Xian left the palace and returned home, the Fan Manor became the busiest place in the capital. Every day, officials from the 3 departments, 3 temples, and 6 ministries came to visit the commissioner. Countless nobles came to visit, and officials, regardless of faction, all came to show their goodwill. On the South Street in front of the Fan Manor, the black carriages were like clouds, and the gift boxes were like dragons. The people who came to the Fan Manor gave him all kinds of precious medicine. There was no way Fan Xian could eat all of it by himself. Aside from the truly valuable ingredients, the rest were given to the Baoyue brothel. The assassination in the Hanging Temple made Fan Xian once again the most powerful official in the Qing Kingdom. Compared to his sudden rise to become the commissioner of the Overwatch Council, this time, he had saved the emperor as a cornerstone. He appeared to be much more solid and stable, which made the officials of the Qing Kingdom secretly fear him. The officials were not blind or deaf. After Fan Xian was injured, he was kept in the palace for many days. And according to the news from the palace, the emperor did not sleep much the night Fan Xian was treated. Only Chun Pingping, the lonely old man, could compare to the emperor's favor. Many people were carefully trying to curry favor with the Fan Manor, but in their hearts, they were not completely convinced. Especially the brave young people. They could not help but be jealous of Fan Xian's good luck. When the emperor was assassinated, why were they not by his side? This time, the family earned a lot of money. Fan Xian was speaking seriously, and he was not joking. In his previous life, if a county was sick, it would cost at least tens of thousands. Furthermore, he was a high-ranking official in the Qing Kingdom, where bribery was becoming more and more common. "It's been hard on you, master." Lin Wanner smiled lightly, and fed him some medicine like she was coaxing a child. She was of noble birth, and did not care about the flattery of the officials. Fan Xian, who was recuperating, was not in the mood to receive the officials who claimed to be there to see him, but were actually expressing goodwill. These officials all had their own backgrounds, so Minister Fan could only suffer. Other than routine ministry work, most of his time was spent greeting the guests. Fan Ruoruo complained. "These people came once, and they took turns to come again. Aren't they afraid of annoying me? All the officials are fine." Lin Wanner suddenly thought of something, and her face showed admiration. She looked at Fan Xian and smiled. "The scariest one is the royal doctor. That old man is a very patient man. He came 4 times, and you refused to see him. In the end, even the emperor sent word to him that you would not go to the Imperial Academy of Medicine, but he still refused to give up. As a matter of fact, I heard from Master Tung that the royal doctor came again today. He is sitting in the study room, and he refuses to leave. A cup of tea has turned into water, and he pretends not to see Master Tung's expression." She sighed. "What a powerful man." Fan Xian laughed bitterly. Although he didn't say anything, he admired the thick-skinned Qing Kingdom's #1 imperial doctor. That night in the palace, The royal doctor had no confidence in his medical skills, but that did not affect his decision to stay in Guangxin Palace and secretly learn from him. Later, he discovered the wonders of Fan Xian's medical skills and made up his mind to bring Fan Xian to the Imperial Academy of Medicine. At the very least, he wanted Fan Xian to pass on his strange medical skills. His determination was strong, and he repeatedly visited Fan Xian and refused to leave. His methods were shameless and strange. In the eyes of the doctors of the Qin Kingdom, surgery was naturally incomparably magical, but Fan Xian knew that he was just lucky at the time, and there were some crucial problems that made it very difficult to spread this knowledge in the current world. He tilted his head to look at his sister, who was carefully adjusting the bandages around his wound. He suddenly thought of a possibility, but immediately shook his head. The three of them were alone in the study room, and the atmosphere was just right. Unexpectedly, someone gently knocked on the door. Fan Xian furrowed his brows. "A guest has come to visit," the servant outside the door reported respectfully. This time, even Lin Wuner furrowed her brows. "Didn't I say I wouldn't see anyone?" Fan Xian smiled bitterly at the great prince, who had come uninvited, and said, "It's so convenient to be in the palace. You didn't go to the plum garden to see me. Why have you come today?" Lin Wuner also pouted. "Brother, there are many people in the manor right now. Why have you come to join in the fun?" The great prince looked at her helplessly. He had watched this sister grow up. She had only been married for a year, and all her thoughts were on her husband's family. There isn't much to talk about. The brother and sister bickered a bit more, and the great prince had no choice but to admit defeat. Using a trick of moving flowers to catch jade, he said in a low voice, "The great princess has also come with me. She is talking to Lady Fan. Sister Chen, you should go and see." The great princess he spoke of was the woman who had come all the way from northern Qi for a marriage alliance. Fan Xian was slightly surprised. He hadn't thought that the man and woman had cultivated such feelings before marriage, and that the palace allowed them to come and go as a pair. He then thought of the few conversations he had with the great princess on the way back, and couldn't help but be surprised. Lin Wuner and Fan Ruo were incomparably curious about this foreign princess, whom they had only heard of but never seen. Furthermore, they knew that the great prince must have something to say to Fan Xian, so they rose to leave. The study room quieted down. Fan Xian raised his right hand slightly, indicating that the great prince should have some tea. In a quiet voice he said, "Congratulations, Your Highness." Naturally, he was congratulating the great prince for taking the position of commander of the imperial army. The great prince's eyebrows rose, and then immediately relaxed. He said lightly, "What is there to congratulate? I was originally the general of the Western expedition." Fan Xian smiled. "Although I have been demoted by 2 ranks, how can the central command of the imperial army be the same as the Yin Mountains on the border?" The great prince looked at him, unsure if there was some other meaning hidden in his words. After a moment he said, "I do not want to be the commander of the imperial army. I would rather go to the north and replace Yin Xiaoyi." Fan Xian shook his head, thinking that the emperor had sent Yin Xiaoyi far away, and had the Yi family firmly under his thumb. He was guarding against that crazy woman in Xinjiang. "If you go to the north, of course, Yin Xiaoyi will be happy, but the emperor will be very unhappy. Don't tell me that the great prince came to see a sick person like me today to talk about his unhappiness in the workplace." He laughed lightly. "I can be a competent listener. Not just a listener." The great prince stared into his eyes. Although he didn't understand what the word workplace meant, he said, "I want to ask for your help." He called himself I, not the great prince. Fan Xian noticed this change, and began to feel slightly nervous. It seemed that this great prince, who had Dongyi blood in him, was very serious in asking for his help. Good heavens! He sighed bitterly in his heart, and looked at the great prince. "Your Highness, the commander of the imperial army is a very important position. The emperor trusts your loyalty, and that is why he made this arrangement. Fan Xian is an official. How can I make such presumptuous comments?" The great prince shook his head. "Fan Xian, to tell you the truth, when I first returned to the capital, I did not think much of you. When I was in the West, I heard that there was an immortal poet in Jingdo. But I am a general, and I have never believed in such romantic things. How can they help the people of the world and the court? He then changed the subject. But after returning to the capital for a few months, I saw that your actions were ruthless and pure, and that you were very talented. Not to mention the fact that you made things difficult for the second prince, but the incident in the hanging temple changed my opinion of you. And in the palace you were able to cure your near-death injury. The prince, whose face was slightly dark, said solemnly, "Now, I cannot think of anything in this world that can trouble you. So in this matter, you must help me." Faced with countless compliments, Fan Xian fell silent. Chen Pingping had once said that the great prince in front of him was different. Since he was young, he had purposely stayed away from the palace. He wanted to be as far away from that chair as possible. Now the emperor, who killed without a blade, was going to drag him into muddy water. No wonder he wanted to resist in his anger. The great prince's power was mostly in the military, and the court did not have many talents in the field of strategy. But the fact that he had come to find Fan Xian was unexpected. Although Fan Xian was happy to see that among these brothers, there was one who could maintain a rare open-mindedness and brightness, and he sympathized with the other's situation, he still shook his head firmly. "Your Highness, it is not that I do not dare. It is not that I do not want to. It is that I cannot. After all, Fan Xian is only an official. The Overwatch Council cannot meddle in the affairs of the court." The great prince sighed. His visit today was a bit presumptuous and even risky. But looking around the capital, other than Fan Xian, who else could he go to? Could it be that in the end, he could only go to Qin Garden again? The emperor has made up his mind, and no one can change it. I think your highness does not need to go to Qin Garden again. But I am a bit curious, your highness, what decision did you make today? In your eyes, I don't think I'm a kind and benevolent official. Fan Xian seemed to be able to guess what he was thinking. The great prince slowly drank the fragrant tea in his cup and said, "Fan Xian, you can hide it from others, but you cannot hide it from me. Do not forget, I was also in the hanging temple at the time. Based on the fact that you first saved my little brother and then father, I know you are a person worthy of trust." Fan Xian was silent. He did not think that the values formed in that world would make the emperor and the great prince both have a strange kind of trust in him. The great prince came today to express his attitude to the Overwatch Council. At the same time, he hoped to get some useful hints from Fan Xian. However, since Fan Xian maintained his silence, it was not good for him to be too rash. With Wan'er acting as a bridge between them, if the situation in the capital changed in the future, he did not expect the Overwatch Council to help him. But if Fan Xian could reveal some useful information, that would be enough. "I heard the royal doctor is in your manor, and has already come a few times?" He awkwardly changed the topic. His long years on the horse had made him not very familiar with the curves of officialdom. Fan Xian laughed in his heart and explained, "He wanted me to take a position in the Imperial Academy of Medicine. After the emperor refused, he wanted me to go teach students there." It was supposed to be a casual conversation, but the great prince became serious. He said, "Fan Xian, I also think you should go to the Imperial Academy of Medicine." That night, I stood guard outside Guangxin Palace. Seeing the serious expressions of the royal doctors, I knew your medical skills were very good. He curiously asked, "Actually, many people in the capital are wondering how you could allow Miss Fan to work on your own stomach. The royal doctors have already made you sound like a god." Fan Xian gave a wry smile and said, "Don't believe them. Everyone knows that Fei Jie is my teacher. If they were 4 years old and were digging up graves every day, opening up corpses that were soaking in water, they would be as good as I am. So that's how it is. It seems that nothing can be explained by the word genius." The great prince sighed and continued, "Of course, the Imperial Academy of Medicine is not as powerful as the Overwatch Council, but it is more peaceful. The idea of the royal doctor is very simple. If your medical skills were taught, who knows how many lives could be saved?" He looked into Fan Xian's eyes seriously and said, "Saving people is better than killing them." And I have been in the army for many years, so I know what a good doctor means to those injured soldiers. Why would I teach them medical skills? To benefit the world. The royal doctor must be thinking the same thing. Exactly, Your Highness. So your secondary purpose today is to help the royal doctor persuade you. No wonder the topic changed so strangely earlier. Fan Xian laughed. Seeing him laugh so proudly, the great prince's face gradually darkened. He said, "Do you think we are all talking nonsense?" In fact, it was close to nonsense. Asking Fan Xian to give up his position as commissioner of the Overwatch Council and become a medical professor was something that no one could have persuaded him to do. But the royal doctor and the great prince, these two pedantic people, had said it directly. Fan Xian stopped laughing and found that the wound on his chest was slightly painful. He was shocked and said, "I am not making fun of you. On the contrary, I do have some respect for the royal doctor." There were many problems that could not be solved in surgery. The first was anesthesia, the second was disinfection, and the third was the equipment. Currently, the standards of this world were not enough to solve these problems. Fan Xian used chloroform to anesthetize him, and he used hard resistance to disinfect him. These were all built on the foundation of his strong physical strength. If it had been an ordinary person, they would probably have been drugged to death or died from complications. As for the equipment, it was even more difficult to solve. Fan Xian and Fei Jie had thought about it for a few years, but in the end, they could only use the power of the third bureau to make a set. If they could not even stop the bleeding, what was the point of making an operation? Using words that the great prince could understand to explain these reasons, the great prince finally understood. This kind of medical skill was a relatively powerful one. It used the injured person's body to fight against the drugs at the tip of the knife. If Fan Xian had not practiced martial arts since he was a child, he would not have been able to survive. Thinking of the soldiers in the Western Expedition Army, who had been injured by arrows and died, he felt some regret. He slapped his thigh and sighed. Is there no better way? For some reason, Fan Xian's mind floated back to his sister's surprisingly steady hands. He comforted him. There are some basic things. In a few days, I will have Ruoro go to the Imperial Academy of Medicine to consult with the royal doctors. The great prince nodded and said, "Earlier, you seemed to be disapproving of the words benefiting the common people." This was the doubt in his heart. On the surface, Fan Xian was a powerful official who put profit above all else. But after observing him from the sidelines, the great prince felt that his ambitions were not limited to this. Fan Xian was quiet for a while, then said quietly, "There are many ways to benefit the common people. Saving lives is not the only way." The great prince did not understand. "For example, Your Highness, you have been in the West for many years, fighting with the Hu people and killing countless people," he said with a smile. "But you have prevented the Western Hu from invading. Is that not benefiting the common people?" No matter how steady the great prince was, he had to accept this flattery. Another example is me. Although everyone thinks the Overwatch Council is just a sinister and terrifying secret agency, if I can use it in my hands and do my best to lean on the right path, make the Qing kingdom unbreakable, and the people can live and work in peace and contentment, is that not benefiting the common people? Perhaps the goal is the same, but there are many ways. The more Fan Xian spoke, the more excited he became. He was very much like the middle school Chinese teacher from his previous life. He told the story of Lu Sun abandoning medicine to become a scholar with a smile on his face. Of course, it was an old story from 1,000 years ago that he had come across in an ancient book written by Zhuang Mohan. The great prince was stunned. Saving the people's bodies is not as good as saving the people's spirits? He slapped his thigh and said, "But the Qing kingdom is not as weak as the country in the story. Why is there a need to use words to educate people?" These words were true. The Qing people's simplicity carried a fresh sense of progress. It was very different from the air that Lu Fu found difficult to breathe at the end of the Qing dynasty and the beginning of the Republic. Fan Xian smiled and said, "So, not only am I abandoning medicine, I am also planning to abandon literature. What do I count as? Abandoning medicine to enter politics? Abandoning the pen to join the army? The great prince still did not agree with his point of view. You are indeed a genius. Why don't you demonstrate everything you have learned? If you can make this world a better place. Fan Xian waved his hand with some difficulty and said, most people want to change this world, but very few people want to change themselves. Note 1. I thought that we should reform ourselves first. Decades ago, there was once a woman who wanted to change this world. In the end she died. Fan Xian did not want to follow in her footsteps. He was more afraid of death and more selfish. As they spoke, a clamor suddenly came from outside the window. The sound was joyous. The great prince glanced at him and said with a smile, looks like the edict to reward you has finally come. Fan Xian smiled self-mockingly and didn't say anything. Hidden in his clear eyes was only worry for his own body. That was all. He did not rush to worry about the world. Note 1. This is a QQ signature that I happened to see. At the time, I thought it was very interesting. I immediately thought of countless Qing Chuan, Ming Chuan, Tang Chuan, and other worlds. Fan Chuan will not walk the path of changing the world. One reason is that I am lazy, and he is also lazy. The second reason is that he is too damn diligent. The third reason is that my level of knowledge in certain areas is very poor. I can't write it. For example, surgery. I really don't know how to do it. If there is something absurd and laughable, please just laugh it off and forgive me. P.S. No more P.S. I ran away in tears. I copied a poem and put it here. It will be used later. A dream of glory, half a piece of scholarly papers. The waves of the sea are thousands of zhang. The hooves of horses shatter the frost of the forbidden street. Listening to the rooster sing several times. Dusty clothes, the heart of the Jianghu. Out of the royal phoenix net, admiring Qi Shouyang, sighing that Han Peng did not end. Early in the paper, the demonic form. Author. Wang Yuanting. The above does not count. Chapter 313. The person who came to Fan Manor to announce the edict was Eunuch Yao. With the sound of 3 cannons, the Fan Manor busied themselves for a while before setting up the incense table and setting up the routine. Everyone in the manor waited in the great hall. The great prince and the northern Qi princess did not find it convenient to stay in the manor, so they left. However, the imperial doctor remained resolutely in the study. The imperial edict entering the manor was a major event. Even Fan Xian was forced to be carried out of his bedroom. Fortunately, the palace remembered that he was recovering from his injuries, so they ordered him not to get out of bed to receive the edict. It could be considered a special favor. He listened to Eunuch Yao's sharp voice, and found that the emperor had indeed rewarded a lot of things this time. It took a while for him to finish reading them. Naturally, he did not take these rewards to heart, so he did not listen carefully. On the contrary, he felt that the eunuch's voice was very hypnotic. Lying on the warm and soft couch, his eyelids were slightly closed. He was about to fall asleep. Minister Fan coughed gently and used his gaze to remind Fan Xian. After a slight shock, Wanner gently pinched Fan Xian's palm. Only then did he manage to open his eyes. In the end, he only heard something about 500 bolts of silk, how many mu of land, how many gold ingots, how many silver ingots. In the end, there was nothing new. The Fan family lacked everything, but not silver. This was something that the Qing people knew, so the emperor was not prepared to make too much compensation to Fan Xian in this area. He only had Fan Xian restore his title of nobility and conveniently raise Fan Jian by 1 rank. Father and son shared the glory. After the official edict was announced, everyone in the hall silently dispersed. Only then did Eunuch Yao begin to quietly read the emperor's secret edict. The secret edict was not secret, but the benefits of this edict could not be announced everywhere. Fan Xian's spirit rose, hearing that the emperor had transferred 7 tiger guards to him. Only then did he feel that the emperor was not too stingy. In his joy, he unconsciously left out the emperor's other 2 edicts. Presently, what he was most worried about was his own personal safety. Next year he was going to Jiangnan. Who knew if he would be able to recover his Jinqi at that time? Uncle Wu Zhu was increasingly not taking his life seriously. He still had to rely on himself. Outside the garden, Fan Xian saw the 7 familiar tiger guards. The leader was Gao Da. These tiger guards had accompanied him on a diplomatic mission to northern Qi a few months ago. So of course they were acquaintances. Now that they had been sent by the emperor to protect Commissioner Fan, they were very happy. Staying with Sir Fan Jr. was much more comfortable than staying in the darkness behind the emperor. Furthermore, Sir Fan Jr. was skilled in martial arts, so they did not have to worry too much. Led by Gao Da, the tiger guards with long knives on their backs half knelt on the ground and saluted Fan Xian in unison. "Greetings, Commissioner." Fan Xian coughed twice and smiled. "Rise. We are all old acquaintances. From now on, my life depends on you." The tiger guards thought Sir Fan Jr. was joking, but they didn't know how to respond. They laughed dryly, not knowing that Fan Xian was speaking the truth. With the 7 tigers by his side, even if Haiding suddenly went crazy and wanted to kill him, he would not be afraid or helpless. "Go see father first." Fan Xian gazed at Gao Da and said in a quiet voice, "Although normally, you shouldn't do this, since you are going to follow me, there is no need to be too cautious." Gao Da nodded. He was very grateful to Commissioner Fan for pointing it out. He walked excitedly toward the front of the manor in a rush to see his old boss. Embroidered pillow? Fine wine? Clothes? There's even a musical instrument. Fan Xian was in his room. Only now did he begin to listen carefully to the list of rewards. He glanced at his wife and forced a smile. "Although I was once a functionary, I never knew how to play this. It's just the rules of the palace," Lin Wanner explained. Seeing Fan Xian's hesitant expression, she did not say that the rewards included things like toilet bowls. At this moment, the garden in the back of the manor was a mess. Teng Zijing was outside the manor arranging for people to receive the rewards from the palace, while the Teng family was busy in the storeroom sorting things. If there were some important things, they had to come to the room to ask for the young mistress's permission. Seeing the wife of the Teng family sweating profusely from running in the cold, Fan Xian couldn't resist sighing and saying, "Is this a reward or punishment?" The wife of the Teng family beamed and said, "Even if it's a stitch or a thread, it can't be sloppy. This is all a blessing from the palace. In all of Jingdo, who else can receive so many rewards at once? The young master has gained a lot of face this time." "Rewards can't be eaten," Fan Xian said self-mockingly. "Using one's life to exchange for face, it's better to not want it." Lin Wanner opened her mouth almost at the same time as him. Both husband and wife looked down on this reward. Wanner probably still felt that the emperor's uncle had bad intentions, and hoped that the more generous the reward, the more her husband would block a knife for him in the future. "The emperor is truly stingy," Fan Xian said with a smile. "When you reported the amount of gold and silver, I listened carefully. That amount is truly pitiful." Lin Wanner smiled and said, "You still care about that? It's just a meaning. The more complicated the reward, the more it shows the emperor's concern for your injury. How can I not care?" Fan Xian raised his brows and said, "Our family is completely relying on that bookstore to support us. It's not good to have to go to the front manor and ask my father for a use, right? He does have a lot of silver in his hands, but I can't always live off the elderly." The words "live off the elderly" were simple. Lin Wanner vaguely understood. She smiled and saw that there were no idle people in the room. In a quiet voice she teased, "Don't you have a brothel? I hear that one can earn tens of thousands of liang of silver a month." Fan Xian laughed in spite of himself. "That's Xiaoshi's. Don't push it on me." Lin Wanner faked a spit at him and muttered, "In front of your own family, you're still pretending. Don't you find it tiring?" "I have to pretend at all times. It's best if I can even fool myself. Why did Big Brother find you earlier?" Lin Wanner opened her eyes wide and asked curiously. Fan Xian thought for a moment and said, "He doesn't want to be the commander of the Imperial Army. He wanted to see if I had any ideas." Lin Wanner furrowed her brows slightly and said, "Given Big Brother's personality, he certainly doesn't want to stay in the capital." Fan Xian smiled coldly and said, Who wants to stay in the capital? However, the emperor does not feel at ease leaving such a son, who is so good at fighting, to always lead troops outside. These words were rather bold and sinister. Wanner's heart couldn't help but tremble. You're becoming more and more careless with your words. I can only speak more plainly in front of you, Fan Xian sighed. Fan Xian sighed. I am willing to help His Highness, but I am just an official. I have no right to speak on these matters. I really do not know how His Highness is so blinded by lard that he has the courage to speak so clearly to me. Perhaps Big Brother thinks, for my sake, you won't harm him. Lin Wanner smiled bitterly. Ever since he was young, his way of thinking has always been this simple. The water in Jingdo is too deep. I've swum for half a day, and found that I still haven't reached the bottom. Fan Xian furrowed his brows and said, when we go to Jiangnan in the spring, you and I will go together. We will strive to stay there for a while longer, and truly stop for a while. I just don't know when the time comes. Will the court give you the identity of an imperial envoy to investigate the palace treasury first, or directly give you an empty position? Lin Wanner analyzed seriously. If I have the identity of an imperial envoy, I can't bring my family. If in name, I have to stay in Jiangnan for a long time, it's fine for me to go. Fan Xian shook his head and said, who cares how they arrange it? In any case, I am going to take you. These words are unreasonable, Lin Wanner said with a smile. There was a bit more sweetness in her heart. She also understood that given Fan Xian and her identity, no matter how much they broke the rules, no one dared to say anything. However, she didn't know whether or not the ladies in the palace would agree to her going to Jiangnan. Her body had been weak since she was young. The furthest she had gone was the winter she had spent in the Tsang Mountains last year. Hearing Fan Xian say that it seemed that she might go to the legendary picturesque Jiangnan to see, she was very happy. Don't overstep the bounds. She suddenly thought of something. Looking at Fan Xian, she said, although the emperor has sent a secret edict for the tiger guards to protect you, the people of Jingdo will eventually know. Although you are heavily injured and the tiger guards have a good reason to come, the tiger guard's identity is different. It will be very eye-catching by your side. Fan Xian stretched out his hand to stroke the slightly prickly beard on his lips, and said with a smile, relax, the emperor is a clever person. The reason he had the tiger guards come to the manor is to protect you, the princess. A knocking sound came from outside the room. Fan Xian shook his head angrily. He was not angry that someone had come to disturb him at this time. Rather, he found that after he had lost all his jinqi, he was far less sensitive to the changes in his surroundings. At least, he could no longer hear the sound of approaching footsteps far in advance. Fan Ruoro led the imperial physician into the room. Seeing that Lin Wanner was also in the room, the imperial physician hurriedly bowed in a panic, and then turned his face away. The Qing kingdom was not like northern Qi. It did not have as many rules between men and women. Furthermore, the imperial physician was old enough to be Wanner's grandfather. His pedantic action immediately made everyone in the room laugh. Father said that since you are in good spirits, you should talk to the imperial physician. Fan Ruoro looked at her brother with a pained smile. Fan Xian's heart chilled. He knew that his shameless father had finally been unable to withstand the imperial physician's painstaking efforts, and had pushed him to his pitiful son to handle. However, he had long made up his mind about the request of the Imperial Academy of Medicine. Smiling merrily, he gazed at the imperial physician and said, Sir, I understand why you have come. The imperial physician opened his mouth to speak, but Fan Xian quickly stopped him. However, with my appearance, it is impossible for me to leave the manor to teach. He looked at the old man's angry expression and said, however, I will dictate some content in the manor, print it into a book, and send it to you. The imperial physician stroked his beard, and seemed to feel that this was a pretty good result. After a moment of silence, he said, it's just that in the way of medicine, the most important thing is to teach personally. It's not very appropriate to just look at books. Fan Xian took a few breaths and said, after the book comes out, if there are any difficulties, I will have Ruoro explain it. Hearing this, The imperial physician's face was full of fear. How could we let Miss Fan show her face in public? During the operation in the palace, he had watched from the side. He knew that Miss Fan had personally performed the acupuncture. He had never doubted her methods. Ruoro doesn't know much. I still have to teach her at home. Fan Xian sighed. I presume that the great prince has already conveyed my opinion. This matter cannot progress too deeply. However, there are still some things that we should pay attention to. We can discuss them with the imperial physicians. He continued to smile. Furthermore, my teacher is about to return to the capital. When that time comes, he will be responsible for teaching at the Imperial Academy of Medicine. His skills are much better than Ruoro's. After a moment of joy, the imperial physician became slightly worried. Mr. Fei. Back in the day, I invited him a few times but he didn't come. There was nothing I could do. I will go ask the emperor for an edict. Don't worry. Fan Xian comforted the old man in front of him, as if he were comforting a child. His lips curled into a mischievous smile. After the imperial physician left, satisfied, Fan Ruoro cried out in surprise. Brother, I don't know anything. That night, I only did what you told me to do. There was no other way. Fan Xian smiled helplessly. I wrote down the easy parts of disinfection and isolation of infection. As for the rest, I'll wait for my teacher to come back. You can also learn from him. Fan Ruoro was stunned. Shortly after, a glow appeared on her face. She nodded her head. Fan Xian and his wife did not expect their sister to agree so readily. They looked at her, not knowing what to say. Brother, you always said that in life, one must find what they like to do the most, and then continue to do it. Fan Ruoro lowered her head and said shyly. That night, although I didn't do much, I saw you come back to life. Only then did I know that saving someone can be so happy. So even if you didn't have this arrangement today, I would still ask you for medical advice. Fan Xian's mouth opened wide, and he couldn't speak for a long time. Could it be that his reckless actions would cause the kingdom of Qing to have a female doctor? But he didn't know if Fei Jia would teach a female disciple. In the end, would his sister become Hua Bianque or Feng Hua? No, it couldn't be a female monster like Hua Bianque. Of course, it had to be the beautiful queen mother of the West like Feng Hua. Fan Xian looked at his sister's beautiful face, which was becoming more and more vivid because of her excitement. He comforted himself. At the very least, it had to be a Qing version of De Chongjin. Night fell. Cece laid out the bedding and turned the vent of the heater just right. Then, she left the room with Siki, who had brought in water. The couple lay quietly on the bed, watching the candles outside gradually dim. They didn't make a sound for a long time. Can't sleep? Yes. I slept too much in the middle of the day. What about you? Why can't you sleep today? I remember when we were in the Tsang Mountains, you slept like a kitten every day. Speaking of cats, I wonder how Xiao Bai, Xiao Huang, and Xiao He are doing. Master Tung took them to the country estate. You were the one who told him to do so. Why are you thinking about them now? Fan Xian opened his eyes and smiled. Lin Wanner quietly muttered. You were the one who said cats were bad for pregnancy. Fan Xian was startled. He smiled bitterly and didn't say anything. He couldn't tell her that he actually hated cats in front of her. Could he? Whether it was the old cat or the kitten, seeing their lazy and cunning faces made him angry. Husband, am I very useless? Lin Wanner turned her body to the side and breathed on Fan Xian's face. It's a bit itchy. Help me scratch it. Fan Xian motioned for his wife to scratch his face. He asked curiously, why did you suddenly ask this? Lin Wanner gently scratched his ear. In the dark, she pouted her lips and said, the people around you all seem to have their own strengths. They can all help you. Xia knows how to do business, and Ruoro wants to learn medicine. She is famous for being a talented woman in the capital. Young Master Yin helps you take care of things. Let's talk about Hai Tang in the north. Fan Xian coughed violently. He almost tore open the wound on his chest. Wanner gently touched the area above his wound. She is also a strange woman. I'm afraid she also wants to bring peace and stability to the country. Only I have been weak since I was a child. I was spoiled by so many people in the palace, but I can't do anything. I can't do anything. I can't do anything. Fan Xian understood what his wife meant. After a moment of silence, he said, Wanner, there are some things I haven't told you. In life, it's not good to be useful, and it's bad to be useless. He said gently, these roles are actually not what people like us are willing to play. For example, my initial wish was to be a wealthy and idle person. Take Yan Bingyan for example. In fact, he is not willing to be the head of a spy for the rest of his life. It's not like you did not see the situation between him and Miss Shen. And for me, Wanner, you are very special. A gentle smile rose to the corners of Fan Xian's lips, but his gaze did not look at his wife by the pillow. You grew up in the palace. It was such a dirty and dangerous place, yet it did not change your temperament. You grew freely like a green lotus, and I, who was lucky, casually plucked it. This in itself is a rare thing. Wanner listened to these words of love. Her heart was filled with sweetness, but she still felt sad. But in the end, Fan Xian stopped her from continuing. And, Wanner, you are very capable. Even your brother can't say he can beat you at mahjong. The husband and wife laughed. Plus, I know what you are really good at. Fan Xian was silent for a moment, then said very seriously, you are much more experienced in judging the direction of the court than I am. And your vision is very accurate. After the spring examination, if you hadn't been active in the palace, I wouldn't have been able to live so freely. I believe that if you were to help me plan and strategize, your ability would be no less than Yin Bingyun's. It's just. Lin Wanner opened her bright eyes. They were strangely calm. It's just what? It's just that I don't want you to be involved in these things, Fan Xian said decisively. These things are too dirty. I don't want you to get involved. You are my wife. I have a responsibility to let you live a relaxed and happy life. I don't want you to be sad all day long. I am a male chauvinist, he concluded with a smile. At least in this area. After a long time, Wanner sighed. There was a trace of satisfaction and comfort in her sigh. She said quietly, I am a member of the royal family. In the future, there are some things you shouldn't let me hear. Although I know you trust me, you also said that these things are very dirty. It is difficult for a husband and wife to avoid it. I don't want you to suspect me in the future. I would rather you not tell me those things. Her marriage to Fan Xian was arranged by the emperor. There was a clear hint of politics in it. But the heavens were kind, allowing this young man and woman to use a chicken leg as a matchmaker and talk about their love through the window. Compared to a normal political marriage, it was much more stable. But in the face of politics, what did it matter how close a husband and wife were? This kind of tragedy was not rare in history. Furthermore, the eldest princess was her birth mother. So Wanner's words were not pretentious at all. She was not taking a step back in order to advance. She was truly thinking for Fan Xian. Don't think so much, Fan Xian said calmly and firmly. Fan Xian calmly and firmly said, if a person lives one's life and cannot even trust the person closest to them, then what need is there to continue living such a pitiful life? What he wanted to say was, if he had a chance to start his life over again, but he had to constantly be on guard against the person next to him, then he would rather not have been reborn. The first snow fell in Jingdou. Small snowflakes floated to the ground. They melted as soon as they touched the mud, and were difficult to accumulate. The damp and cold in the private residences gradually grew heavier. Fortunately, the Qing kingdom was at its peak and had abundant supplies. Even the homes of the common people did not have to worry about keeping warm. From a distance, one could see the places where the common people gathered. The black eaves of the houses gave off wisps of mist. Presumably, there were heaters in the houses. It was a very ordinary carriage. After making countless turns in the capital, it finally arrived in front of the courtyard of a private residence with its own gate. It was a cold day, and no one was on the streets. It was quiet all around. Naturally, no one saw the face of the person who came out of the carriage. Deng Ziyue carefully lifted Fan Xian into a wheelchair and pushed him into the small courtyard. Fan Xian was wearing a large cloak with a collar that reached past his neck. It was very warm. He put his hand to his lips and blew out a breath of hot air. He glanced at the young man in the corner of the courtyard, who was chopping firewood under Su Wenmao's instructions. He was slightly surprised. The young man's features were somewhat familiar. His upper body was bare, and he did not show the slightest fear of the cold in this winter. He kept chopping firewood. This is Xi Lily's brother? Fan Xian narrowed his eyes and looked at the young man. It seemed that he wanted to see the shadow of the girl from Northern Kingdom in him. Deng Ziyue softly grunted. After Sir gave the order, the director issued a warrant, and we took him out of prison. Lady C has entered the Northern Qi Royal Palace. His identity is a bit sensitive, and it is not easy to settle him down. After asking for instructions last time, we arranged for him to be sent here. Fan Xian nodded. This small courtyard was his only private property. Apart from himself and the Qinian unit, probably only Chen Pingping knew about it. It was the safest place. The reason why he had come here today, despite his injuries, was because His Majesty had transferred the Tiger Guards to him. Although the existence of these Tiger Guards could ensure his safety, there were certainly eyes and ears for His Majesty among them. Thinking that it would be difficult for him to come here so easily in the future, he had braved the snow to come here today. This Master C is a reckless man. For his sister, he ran from Northern Qi to the Kingdom of Qing. There is no guarantee that he won't run out of this courtyard in a few days. Fan Xian clenched his fist and coughed lightly. Keep a close eye on him. If he makes any strange movements, kill him. Deng Ziyue expressionlessly responded. He pushed Fan Xian into the room, and the wheelchair rolled over the muddy snow on the ground. An Overwatch Council official came out to greet him. Seeing the commissioner in the wheelchair, he couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. It seemed that he was hallucinating that the Kingdom of Qing had produced another terrifying Chen Pingping. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. More chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 314. The manor next to Shenzhen Road in the capital had never had many people staying there. The main task here was to pass on Fan Xian's orders and receive information from Shangjing's Wang Qinian, Xi Lily's brother, and the others all lived in the wing. The room was set aside for Fan Xian to work in, so naturally, there was no way to light a fire. Although they knew the commissioner was coming today and had already sent out a heater, there was still a lot of cold in the room, and it couldn't be dispersed. Fan Xian sat in his wheelchair, feeling the cold in the room. He couldn't help but shake his hands and smile bitterly. You can't even bear to light a heater. Is the manor that poor? Deng Ziyue was warming an inkstone on the stove. He called for his subordinates to bring some hot water to melt the frozen brush. Hearing Fan Xian's words, he smiled bitterly. Sir, you've been busy these days, and you've been injured. The servants didn't prepare for you to come today. With great difficulty, he was almost done. Fan Xian propped his head up and watched Deng Ziyue desperately grind the ink block against the warmed inkstone, mixing it with warm water. It was as if he was sharpening a knife. After a while, he finally ground out some juice. Fan Xian nodded with satisfaction. It seemed that his new confidant's skill was not much worse than that of a royal doctor. He dipped the melted brush into the inkstone, dipped it in some ink, and wrote a few words on the snow-white paper. Damn, the ink froze again. What kind of weather is this? Fan Xian was furious. He threw the charred brush on the table and cursed. How come it's not this cold at home? Deng Ziyue felt a gust of cold wind blowing around the room. He carefully replied. The furnaces in the Fu are much better. When we first bought this courtyard, we did not prepare them. We did not even have time to heat up the Kong bed. I'm not sleeping here, Fan Xian said angrily. Fan Xian said angrily. You and Lao Wang are both so stingy. Back then, I gave Wang Qinian 1,000 liang of silver, and he only spent 120 liang to buy this rundown courtyard. Do you want to freeze me to death? Deng Ziyue felt some sympathy for his predecessor, who was far away in northern Qi, and was being scolded by the commissioner every day. He carefully said, It's peaceful. It's not just quiet. Fan Xian glanced at him and said hatefully, It's called cold. If the officials in the capital were to see this, I'm afraid they would really think the Overwatch Council is just a small yamen. He had a few important letters to write today, so he couldn't care less. He tried his best to use the brush, but in the end, he couldn't use it smoothly. After struggling for a while, he finally gave up. He slammed the desk and shouted, "Give me that brush." Deng Ziyu dawdled for a while, and finally took out a pen from his close-fitting clothes. As he was about to hand it to Fan Xian, his expression became cautious. "This pen is expensive. I heard that the palace treasury doesn't have much left. Please use it sparingly." Fan Xian snatched it and looked at him with disdain. It was just a pencil. Why was it so expensive? When we go to Jiangnan and find a few more graphite mines, the pencil business of the palace treasury will naturally start again. At that time, I will ask the palace treasury to make 2 baskets for you to carry. 1 basket for you to write until you die, and the other basket for you to play on the street. The pencil glided across the snow-white paper, like the toes of a beautiful woman dancing on smooth ice. Occasionally, it scraped up a few traces of ice and snow. Deng Ziyu knew that the commissioner was writing a secret letter, so he tactfully retreated. In the cold study, Fan Xian was the only one writing with the broken end of the pen. The mist that came out of his mouth appeared and disappeared on the paper. It looked very strange. The contents of the letter were also very strange. Although it was a secret letter from the Overwatch Council, the implications of the letter were too great. Furthermore, the writing of the pencil could be erased, so Fan Xian was not at ease. The language used was rather vague, and important sentences such as the time involved were all in code words. The letter was addressed to Wang Qinian, and it was about the Cui family. Because the Cui family had been persecuted in the capital, in order to help the second prince and Xinjiang raise money, they had no choice but to move a large amount of smuggled goods to northern Qi. However, the channels there had never been opened, so there was a phenomenon of stockpiling goods. Currently, the goods that the Cui family had moved from Xinjiang, as well as the warehouses in the north, accounted for about 1/6 of the annual production of the palace treasury. From this ratio, it could be seen how bold the eldest princess had become after all these years of controlling the palace treasury. She did not hesitate to seek personal gain. The current situation was the result of Fan Xian and Yan Bingyan spending a few months attacking the second prince and squeezing the Cui family dry. He had been waiting for this moment. He wanted to eat the other party clean in one bite, not even spitting out a bone. At the end of the letter to Wang Qinian he wrote, "It's time to eat." Fan Xian sat in his wheelchair, slightly tilting his head. He gently rubbed the area above the wound on his chest. It was wrapped in bandages, and it was a little itchy. After writing the letter, his hand was already numb from the cold. Suddenly, he began to miss the time in Danzhou, when Cici would help him copy books every day. When he was copying books, this girl would place his hand in her embrace to warm it. His hand was plump, and it felt good to the touch. His heart fluttered, and he picked up the brush to write again. This second letter was addressed to Haiteng Duoduo. However, when he wrote, his heart held a wanton heart. So the words in the letter were a little presumptuous and occasionally provocative. Ever since he had returned from northern Qi, his correspondence with Haiteng had never stopped. He had long gotten used to having a pen pal in the north. After all, the two of them were powerful figures of the younger generation of 2 countries. It was necessary and beneficial for the future to maintain a smooth channel of communication. In the letter, he talked about the recent gossip in Qing Kingdom's capital. Of course, the Hanging Temple incident was also included. Although the assassination of the Qing emperor had shocked the world and northern Qi had long reported in detail, as the person involved, he told the story with much more vividness than in a book. He also said a few other things, and secretly pointed out that he was preparing to take action against the Cui family. He wanted her and the unknown boy or girl emperor to cooperate with him. At the end of the letter, he copied a poem to prove that he was still as talented as usual. "I have come to repay a debt of gratitude, but it is not all profit and glory. The ancients died for their bosom friends, afraid that their bones would be frozen and buried in the courtyard. How can the people of the middle court miss me? Heavy coats and thick shoes float with beautiful tassels. I have heard that the north is even colder. I wonder how the people live. These were the last few lines of Sima Guang's bitter journey. Fan Xian read it over with some pride and rubbed his slightly stiff hands together. He felt that the poem he copied was too appropriate. Furthermore, the words between the lines were filled with bemoaning the state of the universe and pitying the fate of mankind. It would probably make Haiteng think for a long time. It was not worth it to deceive a girl to death. This was exactly what he liked to do. After confirming that he had not missed anything, he sealed the letter and pressed the wax. Suddenly his heart jumped. He felt as if his desire to pour out his heart had not been completely satisfied. Facing the normal-looking girl on the other end of the letter, who was shaking her head like a village girl, he felt that he was facing an old friend. For a moment he sank into silence. Then, he spread out another piece of white paper and thought for a moment before raising his pen and writing. Duo, how are you? The previous letter was considered official business. This one is just a casual chat. Today, Jingdao had its first snow in the 5th year of the Qing calendar. It came earlier than usual. I thought that the snow in Shangjing would be even heavier, and the weather even colder. That day in your vegetable garden, I saw a few wintersweet at the corner of the fence. I wonder if those wintersweet blossoms have bloomed and moisturized the monotonous appearance of the white snow. How are the ducks you raise? Be careful, don't freeze to death. My side is fine. Xiao Huang, Xiao He, and Xiao Bai are all raised in the country estates outside the capital. I heard that the workers there treat these 3 big fat cats like their ancestors. How could there be any problems raising them? Everything is fine for me. I eat and sleep and eat. My house is quiet. These 2 days, my sister has been busy in the Imperial Academy of Medicine. I heard that she has become a rare sight in the capital. Wanner went back to Lin Manor today. That cute brother-in-law of mine has been neglected recently, and his temper is a little bad. I wonder what you are doing at this time. Fan Xian wrote casually, as carelessly as if he were speaking. He simply wrote whatever came to mind. Right, that student of mine surnamed Shi opened a brothel. Business is good, and the food is very exquisite. If one day you travel to the Qing kingdom, I will accompany you. I suddenly remember the name of that restaurant in Shangjing. I have forgotten the name of that restaurant, but I do remember that the wine was good that day. I said a lot of nonsense to you, but I don't know how much you remember. Speaking of which, I have read your previous letters a few times. I can't bear to read them. You are a saintess. Don't learn the style of those noble young ladies. They always like to put poems in their letters. Although I have the fake title of immortal poet, I have no interest in correcting essays. Last time, you said Sea Lily was doing well. Let's not talk about this in the future. I've always held a grudge against her, and I don't know why, but I especially hate hearing news about her from you. Duo, come to the Qing kingdom to play. My wife is also very curious about you. Also, by the way, can the martial arts of Tianyi, Dao be taught to outsiders? Recently, I have suddenly become very interested in your training methods. This seemingly natural question revealed the shamelessness and treachery in the depths of Fan Xian's heart. The snow outside seems to be getting heavier. The young man outside is still chopping firewood. Young people are always hot-blooded. Although I'm still young, I don't know why, but my heart is showing signs of old age. Looking at the people around me, it's hard for me to be interested. I'm tired, bored. The wind and snow outside are howling, perhaps urging me to start writing. Alright then, let's stop here. The stove in the room is too broken, and the temperature can't be raised. Although I still want to talk to you, I feel that there's no need to go against the coldness of God. Also, please help me take care of him. Thank you, and may he be well. Although the letter was natural, there was still a lot of useful information mixed in. He read the letter again and added a sentence at the end. Wang Qinian, if you dare to peek again, I'll ask Mutai's nephew to peek at your daughter bathing. Why is there one more than usual? Deng Ziyu opened his eyes wide and looked at Fan Xian. He counted the letters in his hand. There are 2 for Miss Haiteng? Why are you asking so many questions? Fan Xian said. Same old routine. Escort her all the way to Shangjing. Deng Ziyu nodded and walked out of the room. He handed the sealed letters to the member of the Qinian unit, who had been waiting outside. The man counted the letters in his hand and asked the same question. Why are there two? Deng Ziyu looked at him, and the corner of his mouth twitched unsightly. He took a deep breath and said, Why are you asking so many questions? The two of them looked at each other and nodded. They stopped talking, thinking that the commissioner was using the Overwatch Council's top-secret mail route to send love letters. It was a bit extravagant. Fan Xian sat in his wheelchair and left the courtyard of Shenjing Road. He got into the carriage and went to Lin Manor, ready to take Wanner and Dabao home. In the carriage, he suddenly asked, Is there something strange about the position of Minister of the Imperial College? Also, I have long since left Taichung Temple. Why am I promoted to Vice Minister of Taichung Temple? Deng Ziyu first explained. There are two Vice Ministers. Vice Minister Run is the main one, and you are the deputy. But this is a nominal position, and you don't have to go there every day. The Minister of the Imperial College is in charge of 7 schools, and both of these positions are of the upper 4th rank. He reminded him, Sir, although you can no longer be a court official after taking over the position of commissioner, the court has not issued an edict to remove you from these 2 positions. This time, the emperor has given you these 2 nominal positions. Presumably, it is only to show that the emperor favors you, and there is no other meaning. Fan Xian shook his head. These 2 positions were the last 2 in the emperor's edict. At first he did not think much of it, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that something was wrong. The emperor was a man of deep thought, and he would never use an official position as a mere steamed bun. These 2 positions, is there anything special about them? He frowned and tried to organize his words. After thinking for a long time, Deng Ziyu replied with some uncertainty. The position of vice minister is common, and there is nothing special about it. It is just that Taichung Temple is in charge of miscellaneous matters in the ancestral temple, and it is more convenient to enter the palace. The minister of the Imperial College has not appeared in recent years. After a few new policies, the positions have become a bit messy. He suddenly slapped his thigh and said happily, I remember now. In the past, the minister of the Imperial College had to enter the palace to give lectures to the princes, and he was the assistant of the Grand Tutor. Fan Xian was stunned, and his mouth opened wide. He was speechless for a long time. He finally understood why the emperor had arranged these 2 positions for him. Vice Minister of Taichung Temple, and Minister of the Imperial College. Wouldn't that make him the teacher of the princes? More accurately, wouldn't he be responsible for disciplining the little bastard 3rd prince? Thinking of this, he turned pale with fright and cursed. I don't have the time to enter the palace every day. Aren't we going to Jiangnan? How could you arrange such a terrible thing for me to do? With a creak, the carriage seemed to have been stopped by his scolding. The curtain was lifted slightly, and in the light snow, he saw that the front of the carriage was blocked by a eunuch and a few palace guards. Eunuch Yao looked at Fan Xian in the carriage, and his eyebrows trembled in fear. In a trembling voice he said, Sir, let me find a good one. Come with me quickly. The emperor has summoned you to the palace. 2 chapters behind schedule. I didn't control it well. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please go to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support the original reading. Chapter 315. I woke up late today. Someone was having a birthday celebration at home, and I wasn't feeling well, so I woke up late. Eunuch Yao had gone to the Fan Manor first. He did not find Fan Xian in the manor. He didn't know where the commissioner, who was currently recovering, had run off to. Even the minister did not know. That special lady Fan Jr. was also not in the manor. He could not find anyone to ask about Fan Xian's whereabouts. But the emperor was still waiting in the palace. Eunuch Yao was worried sick. After finding out that Lady Fan had returned to Lin Manor, he led the guards in that direction. Coincidentally, they bumped into this carriage at the intersection. If the guards hadn't recognized one of Fan Xian's attendants, they probably would have missed it. Seeing Eunuch Yao gasping for breath, Fan Xian sighed. I still have to go back to Lin Manor. Why am I being summoned now? The emperor had summoned him, and he had responded so calmly. Eunuch Yao was worried sick. He had never seen an official who didn't take the summons of the palace seriously. He had always been on good terms with Fan Manor, so he couldn't say much. He only said, the emperor's edict has been out for a long time. If you go any later, I'm afraid the emperor won't be happy. Fan Xian grimaced. Of course I have to go. He couldn't bear to see the old eunuch standing in the snow. He invited him into the carriage, and the group headed for the palace. He arranged for someone to go to Lin Manor to inform his wife. Lao Yao, tell me the truth. What happened? Fan Xian rested against the wall, his eyes narrowed. He didn't look at the head eunuch. Fan Manor had always fed the eunuchs well, so he didn't feel like handing over any more banknotes. Eunuch Yao didn't dare accept banknotes from Fan Manor anymore. He laughed. How? How would a servant know? You'll know when you go. Fan Xian shook his head and pretended to be angry. You don't do things properly. He paused. I need to ask about something. Eunuch Yao pricked up his ears. He looked around the carriage to make sure there was no one else around. He lowered his voice. Sir, what is it? I'll tell you anything I dare to say. Last time in the Hanging Temple, what happened to the eunuchs? Fan Xian frowned. Eunuch Yao shuddered. After a slight pause, he raised his palm and placed it flat against his throat, making a cut. Fan Xian's expression did not change, but no one knew what he was thinking. He knew that this was the inevitable result. There was an assassin among the eunuchs, so the people present naturally could not escape death. He was afraid that the palace would have to purge a large number of them. Where is old Dai? No. Eunuch Yao sighed and said, he is an old man. The emperor can trust him. However, he has been implicated and can no longer stay in Taiji Palace. Thinking about how the imperial censorate reported on the matter of his good-for-nothing nephew 2 months ago, his life in the palace was very difficult. Later the emperor with great difficulty gave Lady Shu face and promoted him to use again. He glanced at Fan Xian. Fan Xian didn't say anything. Eunuch Yao did not know just how deep the fate of banknotes between Fan Xian and Eunuch Dai was. Who would have thought that there would be another assassination attempt? Old Dai's luck can be considered to be extremely bad. As a matter of fact, he's been stripped of all his duties, and he's been flogged a dozen times. He's been sent to the treasurer's office. Such an old man doing hard labor in this cold weather. Eunuch Yao and Eunuch Dai had entered the palace the same year. Although there was usually conflict between them, seeing the other person collapse at this moment, he couldn't help but feel a bit sad. He rubbed his sleeve at the corner of his eyes. Old Dai, endure for a few days and wait for the emperor's anger to subside. It's good enough that I can keep my old life. Fan Xian shook his head and then asked, then, who is on duty in Taiji Palace now? Hongzhu. Eunuch Yao looked at Fan Xian's confused face and explained in a small voice, a young brat. This year, he started running the path of Taiji Palace and being on duty. The emperor likes him for being efficient and efficient. The matter of issuing edicts is also given to that. Hongzhu? Fan Xian asked curiously. Eunuch Yao shook his head and said, what right does he have? The carriage had just passed Zinjiku when it was called to a stop by Eunuch Yao. Deng Ziyu was a bit dissatisfied. After all, the square in front of the palace was very wide. In this snowy winter, to have the commissioner, who had not yet recovered, sit in a wheelchair was truly too much. They weren't afraid of him freezing. Officials, there's nothing we can do, Eunuch Yao said with grievance. Feeling wronged, Eunuch Yao said, after what happened last time, the imperial army was reorganized. Now these soldiers are all staring at everyone like wolves. Looking at the situation, they want to scare away everyone who enters the palace. Fan Xian listened for a bit and then said, don't make things difficult for Eunuch Yao, let's get off. Deng Ziyu glanced angrily at the palace doors. He carried Fan Xian off the carriage and placed him on the wheelchair. He quickly opened the large black cloth umbrella and covered the commissioner's head. Behind him, There were already Overwatch Council officials pushing the umbrella. Snowflakes hit the black umbrella and made a slight sound. Eunuch Yao didn't have such good luck. He used his hand to cover his head and rushed toward the palace doors with a few guards beside him. Fan Xian's entire body was shrunk into the large cloak to hide from the cold wind blowing toward his face. Half his face was covered by the fur collar. He still felt a chill seeping into his clothes. The light above his head was dim, and the sound of snow falling was mournful. The imperial soldiers outside the palace doors gave Eunuch Yao the procedures and looked in shock at the group of people slowly walking in the middle of the square. In the wind and snow, the group of cold-faced plainclothed officials was pushing a wheelchair. There was only a black umbrella on the wheelchair that firmly blocked the snowflakes falling from the sky. Not a speck of snow fell on the person in the wheelchair. The director wasn't summoned into the palace today? The captain of the Imperial Army asked in surprise. It's Commissioner Fan. Everyone was startled. The captain of the Imperial Army quickly led a group of people to welcome them. They helped the person in the wheelchair block the wind and snow outside, and brought this group of people to the palace doors. After a slight inspection, they were allowed to enter the palace. The northern wind blew, and the snowflakes floated. Deng Ziyu pushed the wheelchair and walked through the long side path beside the main hall. As the color of the palace walls grew darker and darker, he finally stopped in front of the door on the right side of the palace wall. A eunuch had long opened a large plain umbrella and securely covered Fan Xian's head. Surrounded by people, he carefully led the young injured person into the back palace. Deng Ziyu stood outside the door of the back palace and watched the commissioner move further and further away under the escort of the eunuchs. Although his expression was calm, no one knew what he was thinking in his heart. A snowflake floated down and landed on the corner of his eye, making him narrow his eyes. Not in the royal study. Fan Xian furrowed his brows and temporarily ignored the cold wind blowing toward his face. He asked Eunuch Yao beside him. Earlier, there had been news that the emperor had long waited for Commissioner Fan and had already lost his temper. The young eunuchs received Fan Xian and did not dare to be slow. It was as if their feet were on flaming wheels as they sprinted toward the depths of the palace. The wheelchair they pushed creaked, and the eunuch holding the large plain umbrella swayed left and right. If it were not for the fact that the terrain in the palace was flat, this mad dash would have long torn open Fan Xian's wound. Eunuch Yao ran until he was out of breath. He replied, In the bedroom." Fan Xian's heart was slightly surprised. His expression was not very good. Eunuch Yao watched and only remembered that this young official was still injured. The emperor could not wait, but if he allowed the commissioner's injury to worsen, he would not have a good time either. Only then did he quickly have everyone slow down. He scolded Fan Xian in the face and turned his face to the side in an attempt to curry favor. "Sir Fan Jr., are you all right?" Fan Xian nodded and said, "Not that expensive." In a moment, everyone had arrived at a place in the palace garden. It was not the bedroom where the empress was, but where Yigui Pin was. Eunuch Yao hurried forward and went inside to report. Not long after, someone came to receive Fan Xian. Today, the emperor was wearing a set of casual clothes and was sitting on a warm couch, talking casually with Yigui Pin. The third prince was sitting obediently to the side, copying something. Seeing the eunuchs push Fan Xian in, he stopped talking and calmly turned his head to look at Fan Xian. "You're injured. Why aren't you staying in the manor to recover? Why are you running around?" An emperor seemed to be reprimanding a young official, but he was actually concerned about him. Logically speaking, the official should be grateful to him. Fan Xian laughed coldly to himself. If he really cared about him, why would he wait 17 years to show this? If he really cared about his injury, why was he in such a hurry to summon him into the palace? But his face was still slightly moved. He calmly replied, "Your Majesty, I've almost recovered. That's why I sneaked out for a stroll. I was just about to go to the Lin Manor to pick up Wan Er." "Want to return to the Lin Manor? There's no one in the manor, except for that idiot." The emperor didn't seem to like associating his niece with the Lin Manor. He looked a little unhappy. Yigui Pin peeked at the emperor's expression and laughed foolishly. She changed the subject. Fan Xian, you haven't recovered from your injury, yet you're running around. Aren't you afraid Minister Fan will beat you? The emperor was a little surprised. He immediately laughed. Fan Jian, how could I bear to? Although it was a joke, there was another meaning behind it. Fan Xian shivered slightly. He piled a smile on his face and didn't respond. The emperor glanced at the third prince, who was copying a book to the side. He said to Fan Xian, a few days ago, you organized a few books of classics at the Imperial College. I had Qingping study them these days. The tutor thought they were too deep. What do you think? Qingping, go see the commissioner. The third prince's surname was Li, and his name was Qingping. According to the customs of the kingdom of Qing, princes were very respectful to their officials. The emperor's order was not surprising. The third prince quickly put down his brush and carefully walked in front of the wheelchair. He bowed to Fan Xian. How can I do this? Fan Xian sat in the wheelchair, unable to avoid it. You are now the Minister of Education of the Imperial College. This is part of your duty, the emperor said calmly, as if he was talking about something normal. Yi Guipin could tell that the emperor wanted Fan Xian to be the third prince's teacher. Thinking of Fan Xian's reputation in literature and martial arts, as well as his influence in court politics, Yi Guipin couldn't help but smile. The more she looked at Fan Xian, the more she liked him. The emperor saw her expression and couldn't help but laugh. Look at how happy you are. The reason Yi Guipin was favored was because, at least on the surface, she didn't hide her thoughts. When she was happy, she was happy. Hearing the emperor's teasing, she didn't panic. She laughed and said, Thank you, Your Majesty, for finding a good teacher for Ping. Fan Xian listened to the two elders talk to themselves. He felt bitter in his heart. He wondered why no one had asked for his opinion on this matter. The third prince came over holding a scroll. Fan Xian took it and glanced at it. He raised his head and reported, Master Zhuang's knowledge of the classics is excellent. The Grand Tutor thinks that it is reasonable for him to have a deeper understanding. However, these are only introductory things. It is not a problem for the third prince to study them in advance. The ruler and official exchanged a few more casual words. Fan Xian responded carefully, but he knew that the emperor would certainly have something to say to him. As expected, after drinking a bowl of hot soup, the emperor opened his mouth in a seemingly casual manner. The snow outside has stopped. Chuxue, Ingshi Fan Xian, accompany me to the garden for a stroll. Yes, Your Majesty. The emperor stood. Yi Guipin smiled slightly and placed a large red embroidered fox fur robe on his body. By the time they left Shufang Palace, where Yi Guipin lived, the snow had already stopped. The ground of the royal palace was clear and wet, but there was no accumulated snow. There were only a few traces of snow on the winter trees in the garden. The sky was gray and white. The red walls, yellow eaves, snow branches, and green bricks were very beautiful. There was not a trace of impurities in the air. It was unusually fresh. The emperor walked in front with a large cloak draped over his shoulders. A young eunuch pushed Fan Xian silently behind him. Along the way, the eunuchs and serving girls wearing cotton robes stayed far away. Those they met on the side of the road leaned to the side and didn't speak. There is no need to kneel when seeing me, snow or rain. Seeming to guess what Fan Xian was thinking, the emperor quietly said, This is a rule I set after I ascended the throne. Kneeling here and there every day, don't they find it annoying? If their clothes get dirty and torn, don't they need silver from the palace treasury to buy them? Fan Xian sat in the wheelchair and quietly loosened a cloth button on his collar. After the snow and wind had stopped, he felt a little hot. Hearing the emperor's words, he knew that the topic was going to turn toward the palace treasury, but he shamelessly refused to follow up. Seeming angry at Fan Xian's silence, the emperor coldly asked, Where is the second son of the Fan family now? At this time, they had already arrived at a garden in the most secluded part of the palace. In front of them was a small lake. On the lake was a stone bridge that led to the pavilion in the center. There was some residual snow on the pavilion, but it was difficult to hide the black stone's austere aura. To be continued. If you want to know what happened next, please log on to www.cmfu.com. There are more chapters. Support the author. Support original reading. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.